Hello and welcome to the beautiful ancient city of Odense for quarterfinals day at the Yonex Denmark Open, presented by Denisa. This is one of the oldest tournaments in the sport of badminton, and it's the 9th event on the 12-tournament MetLife BWF World Superseries. Not only the 9th event, but one of the 5 premier events. In fact, the 4th of the 5 premier events, which are an even higher tier of tournament within the Super Series. I can tell you the 5 are the All England, Malaysia, Indonesia, Denmark, of course, and the last one is China. And at the end of the year, we have the Super Series finals, and the destination this year is once again Dubai. The top 8 players in pairs in each of the 5 disciplines will qualify for the Super Series finals. Well, it is quarterfinals day, as I say, and we're starting with men's singles, and Chen of Chinese Taipei is up against Kento Momota of Japan, who's already won 2 Super Series titles this year. Then mixed doubles, and Kai and Wang Yaqiong of China up against the 3-time beaten finalists, 3 years running, the last 3 years that Indonesian pair of Tontowi, Ahmad and Liliyana Natsir has been in the final here in Denmark. Then we have another men's singles and the 2-time Olympic champion, Lindan. He's won 3 titles here in Denmark. He's up against the young Dane, Viktor Axelsen. Then women's singles, and Wang Yihan, 2 titles here from 5 finals. She's up against PV Sindhu of India. And then the last of our quarterfinals is men's doubles. Biao and Huang of China up against the 2010 winners, Mathias and Carsten Mogensen. The home players, of course, will enjoy home support and incredibly trying to reach their 7th consecutive semi-final here at their home event. That really would be quite a record, wouldn't it? Well, as the fans eagerly anticipate the start of our matches on court number 1, you can see that there's 2 other courts in progress. So the first of our quarterfinals, Chen of Chinese Taipei up against Kento Momota, the left-handed Japanese player. Well, before the men's singles gets underway, chance for us to look at the destination Dubai Super Series standings at the moment. And Chen, long winner of the last Super Series event prior to this, the Korean Open, consolidating his place at number 1. What a wonderful tournament AJ Jayaram had. First time he had been past the first round in a Super Series this year, but he's still, as you can see, not in the top 10. But the 2 semi-finalists from Korea, Momota and Chen, are the 2 players, as you can see, in the bottom half of the draw. The 3rd quarter are the 2 players that we are about to witness. 6 different nations, as you can see, at quarter-final stage. 6 of the 8 seeds are left in. Of course, 1 seed lost in the first round. Kashyap Parupalli beaten by the former world number 1 Lee Chong-wei, and Srikanth, he lost yesterday to Tommy Sugiarto. So good to see 6 different nations represented at quarter-final stage. There is Chen trying to reach his 3rd consecutive Super Series semi-final, because he was a semi-finalist in Japan, he was a semi-finalist in Korea, and if he wins today, he'll be semi-finalist here in Denmark. But when you consider that Kento Momota and Chen Long, the number 1 and 2 on the destination Dubai Super Series standings, have won 6 of the 8 previous Super Series events, it gives you an indication of what just good form Kento Momota is in. So as the players get ready, I'm delighted to introduce my friend and colleague, former head coach to the Danish national team, Stine Pedersen, and this is a match that I know you think will be very intriguing.
Yeah, we've seen Tien play some really good matches, and of course, as you mentioned, Momota has sort of made a name for himself this year, so it's going to be really interesting to see if the attack of Tien can sort of penetrate the defense of Momota, or Momota will have to go on the attack himself.
Well, as you can see, he's the number 7 seed, number 6 in the world. That's the highest he's ever been, so he's back up to his career high, as we saw from the destination Dubai. He's up 2 places to number 8 on the destination Super Series standings. One final this year, and that was in his home event, the Chinese Taipei Grand Prix Gold. Lost to Chen in the final, having beaten Yihan or Mogensen, who's the current world number 2, in the quarterfinal, and Lindan in the semi-final. And he had a good result yesterday too against Tien Wei of China. 3 games needed there to get through that one. But I thought he was very composed, having dropped that second game. So to his opponents, Kento Momota, 4 years younger than his opponent, 21 years of age, from Kakiwa. And he has been as high as 3 in the world, but there you are. You can see he's currently number 4. Well, this is an interesting scenario in his last 2 occasions here. He's lost in the last 32, 2 years ago, having come through the qualifying, and the last 16. You can see that his first 2 matches here were marathons. 1 hour and 24 minutes in the first round against Bunsak Ponsana, and 1 hour and 21 minutes against Su Jianho, another Chinese Taipei player. So he's been on court for 2 hours and 45 minutes, whereas his opponent has only been on court for 1 hour and 49 minutes, so almost 1 hour more than Chou and Chen. Well, this will be the 3rd meeting between the 2 players, and Momota has won both the previous 2. The last time they met was in the Sudaman Cup in the group stages earlier this year. Now, Steen, I was saying the interesting thing with Momota and his 2 previous occasions here. One in the last 16 last year, he lost to Song Wan-ho. In 2013, he lost to Tommy Sugiyato. They both happened to be number 7 seeds. And his opponent today, number 7 seed. But you don't believe in omens, do you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So our court officials for this one, we just had a quick glimpse of them. Wolfgang Lund from France and Christoph Oswald from Germany. Both these players have won Super Series titles. Of course, last year at the French Super Series, Chen stunned everyone by winning the title unseeded.
Kento Momota, Japan. And on my left, Chen, Chinese Taipei. Kento Momota to serve. Love all. Play.
So the left-handed Kento Momota getting this quarterfinal underway. Yeah, it's nice. Well, I had the privilege of being in Taipei for the Chinese Taipei Grand Prix Gold event, and I witnessed all of his matches and those staggering back-to-back results against Yihan or Mogensen and then Lindan. And of course, he had the home fans behind him. But, you know, we saw last year, Steen, with him winning the French Super Series, the potential and the talent that he's got. And I think this year, he's early stages of the year, I thought he struggled a little bit to consolidate that. But I think he's now found the rhythm again and found the belief. And I think he's looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, and I think that's actually quite common, that when you sort of make your breakthrough, then the other players, they start watching you on video, taking you a bit more seriously in the pre-match preparation, and that means that you are very likely to struggle a little bit. You perhaps also have high expectations for yourself. And so actually a natural development for Tien, and interesting to see whether he can sort of become a regular in these quarterfinals, semi-final stage, and be able to win a tournament or 2 every year.
Yeah.
Fantastic match against Lindan in Chinese Taipei. We were able to catch that on television in Denmark, and he just played beautifully. And I think it got to him a little bit that he was playing in front of his home crowd.
Oh, he does have a huge smash, doesn't he? It's not only powerful, it's great angle.
4 love.
Oh, he's made a wonderful start, hasn't he?
And I don't know if I'm correct, but I think that yesterday we saw Wei Nan beat Lee Chong-wei with Luan Jin as his coach. And I think actually that Luan Jin has also been coaching Chinese Taipei earlier on.
Yes, I think you're right. He is a delightful character. He's Tien. Speaks very good English. I sat and had a coffee with him at an airport recently, and wonderful chat. He was talking about how he's really trying to work on his game and certain improvements and so on. And that's really good to hear, you know, that he's taking control of it. He's decided what he wants to improve on and working on it on a daily basis.
Yeah. Of course, good to have him here in Denmark together with Tai Su Ying in the women's singles, because there's a lower tier tournament going on in his home country right now.
Yeah, very good point. Oh, look at that. That's magnificent.
Service over.
Should perhaps point out that the top players in world badminton are contractually obliged to play in the Premier Super Series events. And of course, both these players in the top 10 in the world therefore have to play the Premiers. Besides which, they want to play the Premiers. Bigger prize money, more ranking points. Oh, well, that's nice too. Yeah, and again, twice in that rally.
Very controlled and relaxed start, and then mixing it up with these very efficient smashes. And actually, the start that I hoped for, because some way I still have Momota as the favorite, but he hasn't been convincing so far, and I'm not sure he's totally in his very best shape yet. Won, of course, the bronze at the World Championships in Indonesia, and I suspect he had a little break after that.
Yeah, but he has got here the hard way, hasn't he? I was saying both of his first two matches over the hour and 20-minute mark.
Service over.
And that takes its toll as you get to the latter stages of the tournament.
And also, this is the first major tournament in Europe. I know there's been a Grand Prix tournament the week ahead of this one, this Premier Series here in Denmark. But there still might be a little bit of jet lag in some of the Asian players on day 1 and 2 in this tournament here, where it probably it's possible to put some pressure on them.
Well,
it had a little think about going over, but fell back his own side.
9-2.
Oh, yes. Well, it was the indecision deep in the forehand corner that really was the decisive factor, that one there.
Quick question there by Momota. I actually thought he'd just moved back to the middle of the court and wasn't being able to attack that one, but he was really, really quick on his feet.
Yeah, clever. Good use of the body.
Second time he used the body smash. And,
yeah.
Quite easy points both times. But,
I know we've talked about it before, but I still find it absolutely fascinating that in January earlier this year, this man, Momota, openly said, I continue to work hard. I know I'll eventually win something. I may still be young, but I certainly need to start winning.
Yeah.
And here we are 5 months later, 8 months later, after that, it won 2 Super Series events.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, a lot of athletes would say you're going to put undue pressure on yourself, but I think that showed real character.
Yeah. And I think the tricky thing is to sort of give those kind of statements on with the right timing, where you actually have all the weapons in place so that you actually can win. We sometimes see that other athletes follow up and saying, yeah, I need to win now as well. But they're not ready for it.
Yeah.
They think they're ready, or they try to talk themselves into being ready. But Momota, he really had the goods to back it up. And of course, we saw him also in the Thomas Cup campaign, where he was perhaps the deciding factor. Japan was led well by Kenichi Tago in the first men's singles at that time. But Momota playing in the second singles, a very, very crucial third match, and he was a real strong card for the Japanese team, who went on to win the Thomas Cup.
Yeah, that semi-final you're talking about against China, beat Du Pengyu, and in the final beat Chong Wei Feng.
Yeah.
Second men's singles, yeah. You're right, they were absolutely crucial.
Well played.
Yeah, very good.
I feel that Chou Tien is playing a little bit with a little bit bigger patience than I've seen him before, and I think that's part of what he is working on. I don't know if he told you more about what he's working on, but that would be, in my opinion, the ability to sort of variate when to attack.
Service over.
Well, the only thing I can tell you is that we had a little chuckle because he said that he'd listened back to my commentary, and I had said something about him taking the shuttle too low at the net, and he said, I'm working on that, Jill.
I think you should ask for royalties or coaching fee.
Well, I'm quite certain, in all seriousness, he's working on an awful lot more, because I'm with you, Steen. I think he's playing a more patient style and a more measured attacking game instead of all-out blasting attack. So 4-point advantage.
就你自己往前的，第一个是你的时间要变化，第二个是你的球路，不要都给他直的，他就很顺，知道吗？啊，像你刚才不是有中间有一段压迫到他吗？你起来之后那个出手可以大胆去攻，没有关系，不要怕不敢，知道吗？好。
Certainly going to have a busy 3 weeks, is Chou Tien, because next week he'll be defending his French Open title, and the week after that he'll be trying to defend his Bitburger Grand Prix Gold title. Defense.
Oh, 12-7.
Oh, that goes down as a bad missed opportunity.
Yeah.
He's got such strong legs, hasn't he, Chen? Look at the way he gets back up and then crouches down low for the next one.
I think Momota, he misjudged how big the opportunity was on that one. Came out lower than he thought. Yeah, and really nice that that he's not afraid of playing 3 tournaments in a row in Europe. What a smash there from Momota. We often see the top players opt to only play 1 or 2 of the tournaments and then go back home. And I think they need to sort of get used to playing more tournaments. And of course, the organizers have to provide the correct training facilities and so on. But that's a good development for badminton.
Yeah. He's always been a player that's played a lot of events. 2013, he played 18 tournaments. And 2014, he played 20 tournaments. You know, so he's always thrived off a lot of competition play. But then again, that's what the tennis players, I think ATP, the men tennis players have to play 19 a year. They have to play.
And I think there's this perception that you can only play 2, maximum 3 tournaments, then you have to go back home and practice and work on your game and for like 3-4 weeks at least before you can play again. And I think we need to slowly change that that perception.
Hence your comment about good practice and training facilities if you do go from one tournament to another. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, patient build-up. Is there something that Momota should be doing differently tactically?
I was just thinking that he's been targeting the backhand side in the attack a lot, in my opinion. He's also been successful, but I think it's important that he keeps his variation in the attack, and we've only seen those 2 body smashes that were actually both winners. So I'd like to see some variation, especially from Momota's backhand side. Perhaps even the cross smash there, which is normally a very efficient shot from left-handed players, the cross smash from the backhand side. And there's a try for the straight backhand, the straight smash to the backhand of Chou again. And I have a feeling that we've seen Momota earlier this year, and I feel that right now he doesn't have that extra gear that we've seen him being able to produce earlier on when he won the Indonesia Premier Series. The big question right now is how much is this wearing Chou Chen down?
Yeah.
Because I think Momota is more used to play this patient style of men's single than Chou Chen is, and will his speed, his ability to change the pace, will that suffer later in this first game, or perhaps in the second game?
Yeah.
That's the
Good point.
That's the big question right now.
Yeah. Just picking up on the point that you made, that Momota doesn't look perhaps as... Oh, we've got a little injury problem here, have we? Yeah, a little bit of a grazed finger for Chen. He'll be all right. He's a tough man. But, you know, the fact is, you and I were both reading in the Malaysian newspapers that Kenichi Tago has been thrown out of the national team for what appears to be bad attitude and missing training sessions and so on. And I'm obviously just wondering whether not having his regular sparring partner perhaps is, you know, sparring is very important in a player's practice. It's not just doing the shot practice and so on, but are there enough, do you think, men's singles players? Because, of course, Ueda, he's out injured at the moment, isn't he? So are there the sparring partners there?
The sparring partner right now would be Chou Sasaki and the young junior players, because Japan is really, really strong on the junior side as well. But I think both Momota and Tago has benefited from Momota coming up from being the world junior champion. He's put pressure on Tago, who was the #1 Japanese player, so he felt the challenge from a young player coming up and had to raise his game, and I think that helped Japan win the Thomas Cup. Afterwards, I think that what has happened is that Momota has sort of passed Tago, and Tago has sort of is a little bit disheartened and can't really find motivation. He's been part of the Thomas Cup winning team, tried to win Super Series numerous times, unsuccessful, and now the young player is surpassing him. So I think that Momota will be suffering a little bit, because it would be better if Tago was still sort of pressuring him in practice, and they were battling for the #1 spot in Japan.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, because, you know, Tago is only 26 years of age.
Yeah.
You know, if you're nearing 30 or even over 30 and some of the youngsters start beating you, you sort of think, well, this is the natural progression. But when you're supposed to be the superstar, you know, dealing with a player that's only 3 or 4 years younger than you, or maybe 5 years younger than you, starting to beat you and taking over the #1 spot, and he's already won Super Series tournaments. Tago was in 7 finals, couldn't win one of them.
Yeah.
You know, psychologically, it does take its toll.
It definitely does. And that raises another issue here. What if Tago switched to another coach? He's part of he used to be part of the Japanese national team, but we saw that Saina Nehwal used to be coached by Gopichan, the Indian national coach, used to coach Saina Nehwal in the women's singles. We saw PV Sindhu, who we're going to watch later today.
Yeah.
We saw her emerge on the international scene, and a lot of other Indian strong players emerged. And Saina, she took the consequence of that, changing her training regime, moving to Bangalore, training with Vimal Kumar as her head coach now, so that she gets the amount of attention that she needs to play well.
Yeah.
And it would be natural for the Japanese coaches to have their a bigger part of their attention on Kento Momota and not so much on Kenichi Tago.
Yeah.
So
very, very
would
good
he
point.
be able to make it if he sort of was moving to another coach?
Yeah. Well, Momota has certainly worked his way back into this opening game.
Yeah. He's taking control of the match. He was down 9-2, and here he's directing the shots. I mean, it's a little bit like watching Lin Dan.
Yes.
that the opponent is really running a lot, but there's very few opportunities.
Oh, it was a very good rally. Long, hard rally.
So a bold prediction would be that Momota, is taking this match in 2 games.
Well, okay. So a moment ago, I said, should Targo be doing something different? And you gave me very, very good reason why no, because this is the way he plays or everything that you said. So now I'm going to say, well, should Tien now start thinking of changing his game? I thought in the early stages when he was commanding the rallies instead of reacting, he was proactive. Yeah. He was doing better.
Yeah, he was. And I think he's from what we've seen, I would suspect that he would be in the midst of sort of developing his game to be a more complete player. I would rate him as an attacking player, and I think he's in the midst of working a little bit more on his patience, on his defense, and so on. And I just think that right now Momota is still better than him in that part of the game. So he's been a little bit too passive. Yeah. And he really needs to use a lot of energy right now to back this first game, because if he loses that, he's really in dire straits.
Yeah, psychologically as much as anything.
And I feel that Momota is on the verge of playing his way into this tournament.
Yeah. Well, 6 straight points has brought him back level.
Yeah.
As you point out, he was 7 points adrift at one stage at 2-9.
And he's been playing really, really solid the last approximately 10 rallies. Like we normally see Chen Long with high quality in all of his shots.
Now, 7 straight points to go into the lead.
15.
Yeah, he looks tired.
He looks tired. He wore him down. Momota wore Tien down. And even when he decides to smash a little bit, the bite seems to be gone from his smashes. So the score is actually now 15-6 in favor of Targo, since he was behind 2-9.
Momota.
Yeah, Momota, sorry.
Yeah.
Targo is probably on his way to Paris right now for the next tournament.
9 straight points. What on earth?
19.
Well, he's going to be asking himself that. And that's probably the last thing he should be asking himself.
Well done. And he stopped changing pace. That was the beauty in the beginning of this game from Chou, that he had these changes of pace, these sudden attack situations, and they sort of vanished in the middle of the first game here. Oops.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
So if Momota is a little bit unprecise, then he still gets punished.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Well, you said to me at breakfast, Tien, didn't you? This was going to be an intriguing one. You're absolutely right.
Did I say that?
You did.
Okay. I must pay more attention to what I say at breakfast. Too short. Way too short, that lift from Momota.
String's gone in the racket.
Yeah.
With Chen, so...
And what happens if Chou pulls this off and takes the first game? Momota will be kicking himself.
Yeah.
Coming back from a big deficit to lead by 3 points and then throwing it away. Well, it hasn't happened yet, so...
No.
All.
Oh, good net exchange. Well.
Yeah, very good shot from Tien, the long drop.
20, game point, 19.
Challenging Momota to make the precision shot and wasn't able to.
So 5 straight points now to Chen. Was that going long? That's certainly not. Oh, good rally. That's, that was going long, surely. This game point opportunity.
What an angle.
Brilliance. What an opening game. What a rally to close it out. I was convinced that Chen took 2 at the back of the court that he could have left. Well, after he lost those 10 straight points from 15-9 up to 19-15 down, I thought it was curtains for this opening game. That was brilliant. 30 minutes for game number 1, 21-19.
顺序把它做一下颠倒，你看后面这样得分很轻松啊，你中间这段还是你要去顶住这样的方式啊，因为你看他这样打下来，其实他后面抢不到了，质量也不好了，懂吗？就是因为你前面有这样比较有耐心的让他得分没关系，但是你一定要想办法让他排出这么多，才能得到你1分，因为你要抢的时候是对你比较有利，这部分还是要多注意的。那前面这个往前这个东西不要放，你放慢1个、2个，但是第3个开始你可能就要做一点变化的输出，不要老是都放慢。 让他顺着打，这样懂我意思吗？我觉得你前排还是要做，基本上是要做一点压迫的东西给他，不要放得太顺。顺1个、2个开始有点压迫，下打快，然后把球送到位，快，然后把球送到位，这样就好了。自己要做坚持一点哦。
So the advice from the coaches.
20 seconds, court 1, 20 seconds.
For Kento Momota. his coach, Keita Masuda. Well, obviously we don't understand what was said to Chou, Tien, Chen. But of course it's
Second game.
perhaps even more intriguing for us to know what the coach of the player who's lost the opening game is saying. Do they change tactics? What should they be doing? What should they be focusing on, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think Momota, when he led 19-16, I think he sort of took his foot off the pedal a little bit and got a little bit careless. And when he did that, he was punished. So it's really a very interesting situation. Good shot there. Really interesting situation because had Momota won the first game, I'm almost positive that he would have won the second as well. But now I'm not really sure how will that affect him. There's still 2 games ahead of you.
Yeah.
You played like 30 minutes.
And you've already had 2 matches that have gone past the hour and 20-minute mark.
But I'm sure that he practices a lot harder than he actually plays in the tournaments.
Yeah.
We saw that when he more or less wore Du Pengyu down in the Thomas Cup semi-final, which is, in my opinion, one of the most fit players, or was one of the most fit players at that time.
Yeah.
So, and we also saw it in the Indonesia Open, where he was struggling and he had very little recovery time between the quarterfinal and the semi-final. He managed to pull through and beat Paropali Kashyap in the semi-final and went on to win the final in 3 games against Jan Jorgensen. So we shouldn't underestimate that. But is his form that good that he can play at a sufficiently high level to come back here against Chou? That's going to be interesting.
Service over. Service over. 3-4.
Yeah, well, we've got this slight delay because there was some sort of light that was projected down onto the court surface. The 2 adjoining courts are in darkness at the moment. And I think there was the shuttle light was, yeah, there we go, just explaining to the tournament referee what the issue was. Nachatai Somprachum, tournament referee from Thailand.
3-4, play.
Now that movement was quick around the head, wasn't it?
Welcome to technical officials onto court 2 and 3.
Good lift, my goodness.
Service over. 4-5.
Court number 3, men's doubles.
Oh, look at
Please
that.
welcome world number 1.
That's where the powerful legs come into play. Leapt from his base position to play that round the head smash across court. That's phenomenal.
Fantastic shot. And he looks so agile when doing it. We've seen Chen Long do it as well, but you can see that it's raw power when Chen Long does it.
World number 7 and runner-up at the BWF World Championships 2015 from China, Liliyana and Chou, Yihan.
Service over.
Umpire Yihan Mogensen, service judge Yaqiong.
There's something in his style, the style of Chou Chen, that reminds me a little bit of the former Chinese player Chen Hong.
Yes, former world number 1.
Former world number 1, I think All England winner.
Court number 2.
He was certainly the man that Gopachan beat in the final.
Yeah.
But I think he did win it.
World and All England champion from China, Chen Long. He's facing World 15 quarterfinalist at the Yonex Chinese Taipei Open from Hong Kong, China, Yihan.
Service over.
Umpire is Axelsen, service judge Lopez.
Well-placed drop shots from Momota. In order to open up the court, they should preferably hit the opponent's floor before the white service line. Drags the opponent a little step extra towards the net and opens up the court.
Service over. 7, 8.
Oh, magic.
Fantastic
Absolute
shot.
magic.
And if you look at the technique of Chou Chen, his shot seems, a lot of his shot seems a little bit abrupt. That it's only the racket doing something. The arm doesn't follow, but he's got such a fantastic touch, and that makes them really hard to predict. The top players use the body position and the arm movement to judge what kind of shot is actually coming. And if you don't move your arm a lot, then it's really, really hard to see where the opponent is aiming his shots.
10.
4 straight points.
There it was again.
Yeah.
11-8 interval.
5 straight points to go to the mid-game interval.
He's finding the lines.
像这样，你前几拍抓紧，有机会攻，没有机会一样。记得你下手的时候就拉高，上手有机会去做推压，懂我意思吗？因为你去放那种球，它上来很顺，你变又拉高。因为你今天放那种进网、戳网的，你都是挑比较多，对，所以你宁愿先放，抢高有机会去做推压，然后再来抢，不要一开始就先放，一放它就马上就上来了，懂我意思吗？好，这部分还是要注意。前几拍有机会抓紧，
He looked so tired in the end of the first game.
Yeah.
Chou.
Court 1,
It
20
could also
seconds.
be a little bit of uncertainty. What should I do? How do I adjust my game so I can sort of handle this new situation where Momota stepping up in his game.
11, 8, play.
Oh, yes. Well, I guess it perhaps wasn't as deep as it could have been, that clear. Let's have a look where his feet are, Momota. Yeah, he's inside the doubles line, isn't he?
Yeah.
No wonder he's got the opportunity to play the winner.
9, 11.
Oh, crikey.
10, 11.
Well, certainly wasn't called by the umpire. Wouldn't mind seeing that from along the net angle. Look at that net cord. Here we go. Oh no, that's
a fantastic
very
return.
fantastic. Good umpiring too. Well done.
That's well left.
Yeah.
He
Service
managed to
over.
get his body out of the way.
12, 10.
Yeah, good call, line judge. They're sharp today. Court officials, all of them. Oh, she was there.
13, 10.
Momota will be kicking himself. Look at that.
And it's the angle of the first attack that does the trick. That makes it difficult for Momota to play it back with precision, and sets up an even bigger opportunity on the second one.
Yeah. Good positive play from the front of the court from Momota.
Magnus Emil Jacobsen henvendte sig til sekretariat, da du har tabt et kort.
Oh, yes.
Service over.
That movement
14,
around the head position.
11.
Yeah.
It's smooth. It's relaxed.
And look at the quick release again.
Yeah.
No time to judge whether it's a cross shot or a straight shot. And he's not even close to it, Momota.
Clever. Yeah. Roaring himself towards the
15,
finish line.
11.
He had this period in the first game where he got, in my opinion, a little bit too passive, but right now he's mixing it up beautifully.
Yeah.
And it's not hard smashes all the time.
Just wide. Now,
Service
that's
over.
the sort of
12, 15.
shot that to me is maybe a little overconfident. Am I being a little harsh? trying to be a little too deceptive.
Yeah, perhaps. But he's been successful on a number of occasions, but it requires so much training.
13.
And if your timing is just a little bit off, then
Yeah.
it's very often a mistake.
Oh, well done. Oh! Oh, he's called a fault. He's called a fault. Now, was that over the nets, or did he hit the nets? Well, the shuttle hit the net, didn't it?
I think it stayed on Momota's side. No? Yeah. Really hard to see what.
Well, I think umpire Wolfgang Lund was saying the racket hit the net.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, we've seen it once. Let's see it again. Here we
I tend
go.
to agree with him. It's really
Was it-
hard to see.
It is difficult, isn't it? I mean, they have to make these split-second decisions. I think that's the shuttle.
15.
Yeah.
Certainly thundered off the top of the tape, didn't it? Crikey, who'd want to be an umpire? I wouldn't.
It's so tough to call
Yeah.
these tapping situations at
Yeah,
the net.
absolutely. Yeah, that's a good response, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it was on the way I
It's over. 16.
perceived that it was on the outer part of the line. But
We
no
haven't had a-
challenge.
We haven't had one single challenge in this quarterfinal
No,
so far, have
no,
we?
No. Great shot from Momota.
Service over.
And that's the shot that I was talking about in the first game.
15.
The
16.
cross smash from the backhand side of a left-hander.
Yeah.
The right-hander on the other side have to have a lot of attention on the straight smash down his backhand. So it's really hard to cover the forehand well. Well, it's been a great match so far. And
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't mind to see another game. That's good.
Yeah, look at that net shot.
That's really well played. Because the change of pace
Yeah.
and following it up and sort of working on your advantage, making it a little bit bigger until you have the opportunity to kill it without risking anything.
Yeah. And this is where he has improved so much. That effort there to come in with the racket arm outstretched and take that backhand net shot so high, as you say, it sets up the whole opportunity in the rally.
Well played.
Service
Very
over.
well played.
16. 17.
Yeah, there's that net shot again. But that's a brilliant lift from Momota. And he's back level.
All.
Great shot.
Yeah. Just something a little unexpected.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Short. Yeah, it's a good rally again, isn't it?
18, 17.
4 of the last 5 points to Momota. Pendulum swings once again.
Well, there was again the body attack, and I think it would be wise of Momota to
19,
put that a little bit more in the mix. Not entirely overusing it, but there's some more points waiting for him there.
Oh, that's fabulous, isn't it?
And well controlled, because it's not full power smash.
No.
The placement is fantastic.
18, 19.
And we saw that yesterday as well with Wei Nan, that his placement of his attacking shots against Li Chongwei were the deciding factor.
Yeah.
They were not as hard as possible, but they were as accurate as possible.
And steep.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, good net shot. Brilliant.
Yeah.
My goodness me. Well, anything you can do, I can do better. Look at the accuracy of that.
20, game point.
I thought it was a pretty good lift too. But look at this. Straight down the line. And 2 game point opportunities to level this quarterfinal at 1 game apiece. Oh my goodness.
A little bit too short in the last shot from Momota. Otherwise, great defense.
Look at that. But this is where there's a new maturity with Chou, Tien, Chen.
Yeah.
Because in the past, if his opponent got back at what he thought should be a winning shot, there was almost panic. I've got to finish it off the next one. But he just
That's very
calmly
common.
rebuilds the rally now.
Yeah, it's very common with a lot of players that if the opponent sort of puts up a good defense and we have like 3 or 4 winning shots and we try them all and they don't work,
19.
okay, then we can't win it.
Yeah.
But that's where you need to change sort of small adjustments, you put small adjustments into your game, and he's done that brilliantly.
Yeah.
Both players have.
So still game point opportunity, though, to Momota.
Oh, it's short.
20 all. There, the roar, you're not there yet. It's 20 all, and there'll be extra points until there's a clear 2-point winning margin. But I tell you what I liked at the start of that rally, Steen. The serve out wide to Momota's forehand side, and he knew what reply was going to come.
And it's very often the case that the forehand returns are more predictable than the backhand returns.
Yeah.
It's much easier disguising your return with the backhand. The first one I saw starting using that was Taufik Dayat against Peter Gade. Together, one of the very best service returners in the backhand, but the forehand was that's long.
Good judgment, yeah.
The forehand was not as dangerous.
So will it be third time lucky? This is the third game point opportunity now for the left-handed Momota. Goodness. What a rally. Oh, it's going wide.
Yep.
It is one game all. We're just 2 minutes shy of the hour mark. And Kento Momota has taken the second game. 22-20. One game all, says the umpire. And Tien, you've got your wish. A third and deciding game.
正拍那里的小球，他的正拍那边小球你先不要打，尤其是你打那种高的，你宁愿把它拨到反拍这边去，知道吗？那有些你在做手中反攻的时候，你手完你要去抓他一些习惯球，抓他都喜欢这样回来，你勾对角之后他就要抓这个东西。他有些固定的球路，就是他在攻的时候，有些固定的球路你要去抓，不要把它放得太慢。那 一样来回当中，你的前排不要都一样的速度，挡完都一样。
They play for an hour now, and it's not like they've sort of been dragging out in between the rallies. They've been playing long rallies. I feel this is this match we're seeing here. That's a final worthy, and I've recently been critical about the level of play in men's singles, and I think I have to sort of revise my view on that. I think we're about to get a very good top group in the men's singles. The competition is getting tougher.
Not only tougher, I think there's more belief.
Yeah.
You know, I think that Tina Biao, going back a few years, is a Danish player who, of course, is previous winner of this event, but 3 times won the All England Championships. When she won the Japan Open back in 2007, she changed other people's perspective of what could be achieved.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we had female players from many different countries coming through who had that belief, well, if Tina can do it, there's no reason why I shouldn't do it. And I think there has been a period of time where the men's singles players have just said, well, if it's not Yaqiong Wei, then it's Lin Dan, and if it's not Lin Dan, then it's Chen Long. You know, and now they've seen that these great players can be beaten, and there's a belief.
There's no sole king in men's singles badminton. There's a lot battling out for the throne.
Yeah, and that's an exciting time for us, the fans.
It is. And we see the youngsters coming up. These two players, I mean, even though he's 26, which would, for an Asian player, be at least middle-aged, and for a European player, that would be quite young. We've seen these two players come. We've seen the Danes, Mogensen, Viktor Axelsen. We've seen Wei Nan been playing great lately. And yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's exciting. 6 different nations involved at quarterfinal stage here in the men's singles. It's a healthy situation. Oh, look at that. Love it.
Reverse slice.
Service over. 1, 2.
A difficult shot to execute. The trick is to aim quite high, not aim for the tape, aim higher than the tape.
2, 4.
Why? Because it dies so much quicker?
Yes, it dies a lot
Because you're
quicker
putting the-
because you're slicing it. You're
Yeah.
using the reverse slice, and a lot of players, they tend to go for the net, but they will simply hit it into the net if they go for the tape,
Yeah.
or if they give so much power that it will pass the tape, it will go too long inside the court.
Yeah.
3-2.
So you sort of have to let gravity do its job.
Yeah. Oh, magnificent game.
Service over.
Yeah, you can see
All.
Kita Masuda, Japanese coach.
Please stay on
See if we can
court.
see it. No, just went out of the picture. He's signaling that he needs to lift. Momota needs to lift with more height on his lifts,
3 all.
so that Chou is not able to jump into the trajectory of the shot.
Oh, that's good judgment. Just,
4-3.
yeah, you can always tell with the Japanese coach, Kento Masuda, that when he's nervous, he gets closer and closer to the edge of his seat, doesn't he?
Yeah, this
He was a nice player too, wasn't he?
very good
Masuda.
player, but also versatile, strong in all three categories.
Five, 3.
Well, here's an interesting stat then, Steen. Picking up, there's Kento Masuda. He was the #1 Japanese men's singles player, then the #1 Japanese men's doubles player.
And played a very, very good week mixed with Miyuki Maeda
Yeah,
when they first started out. It faded out a little bit, but I really thought that they had something going, but they weren't able to follow up on
Yeah.
it.
well, this man,
4,
Chen, 3 years ago at the Icelandic International, won the men's singles and the mixed doubles.
That's interesting.
It is interesting because I think with player development, I know we've talked about it before, and you know, at a young age when you first start travelling on the international circuit, if you're not going to be expecting to get through necessarily in one discipline, to play more than one as part of the development, not because you want to be a great necessarily. He doesn't want to be a great mixed doubles player. He wants to success, but it's made him into a better singles player.
Yeah. And it could be both the tactical sense of different situations, and also it could be the development of certain kind of shots that playing mixed doubles or men's doubles or whatever other category than the one you're sort of banking on could help you develop other kind of shots. But it goes very well with my theory that to be a top mixed doubles player, you need to be able to move really well, and you need to be able to kill the shuttle yourself. And both things would definitely be true for Chou Tien.
5.
Oh, he anticipated that well. Oh, my goodness. Well, there's the accuracy you were talking about
Service over.
before, Steen, yet again.
6 all.
You can see that defensive shot from Tien here. He wasn't aiming for the net. He was aiming way higher
Yeah.
in order to get it close enough from a horizontal perspective.
Yeah. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about a very, very slight drift in the arena.
Yeah.
And we thought it was flying a little bit quicker coming towards us, and that shuttle there, I think, proves us right.
Good shot.
Oh, that was nice too. Always
It's
landed
in.
in.
Service over.
That little shot at the nets. Yeah, it's no question that's in.
Yeah. That's a misjudgment.
That seemed to be like a little topspin net shot,
Yeah.
just played cross court. Extraordinary shot. Yeah, well, what were we saying about anything you can do, I can do better? Both hitting the back line, consecutive rallies. Oh, our first challenge.
Challenges called out.
Well, instinctively, I thought the line judges made the right call there, but we'll let Hawkeye adjudicate for us. Here we go. Oh, very difficult to tell, isn't it? Hawkeye with very high-speed cameras looking down each of those lines, sideline and back line. Here we go. Yeah, it was just out. Line judge was right.
Challenge unsuccessful.
My instinctive reaction correct as well.
Chen, one challenge remaining. Service over. 8-all. Play.
Oi. Oi, that's so strong from Chou.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? Because it was almost as if he was
He was
committed.
going for one kind of shot.
Yeah.
Then
And
he saw that's impossible.
to readjust and then play such an accurate... And there's that sort of topspin shot again. Well, that wasn't so exaggerated that time, but that is wonderful control.
Yeah, this is another challenge.
Chen, challenges called in.
No, again, I think that may be a wasted challenge. What did
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah, and that was also my initial reaction.
Ooh,
No,
Chen,
Oh.
challenges called in.
well, now
not
I'm
from
not
the
so
replay.
No, I know.
And we're not sitting that well to see that sideline. You have a much better view of the right sideline. The left one is a little bit difficult. Yeah, good challenge.
Correction out.
Oh, there you go.
Ten, 8, play.
Goodness, that's good, isn't it? Just missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
He's negotiating with himself. Should I challenge or should I not?
Ooh.
That's very, very difficult.
Oh, goodness me.
Great camera work to give us that kind of replay.
It's gone wide. 10-all. Who is going to have the advantage at the change of ends? This point will decide it. Well, the answer is Kento Momota. On a run of 3 straight points. Changes ends with the advantage here in the third and deciding game. An hour and 13 minutes into the match. And just 1 point in it.
那你要注意啊，有些在你防守的时候不用打那么保守，前几个防守，你觉得好像不太行的时候，有时候变一下，中间一点也没有关系啊，知道吗？不要让他都太习惯，这样他在控才会比较顺一点。那你要记得手腕的那个上网，有那个脚的变速一定要再多注意一下，手腕脚的变速一定要多注意，有机会去做变速跟攻或是做推压就好。哦，这部分还是要坚持一下，不用太急哦。
Well, this match desperately difficult to call and predict.
Yeah, my first prediction is down the drain, so I'm not going to say anything more in this match. Just that it's a very, very good match to start this quarterfinal day on.
Well, the anticipation there, the commitment going forward from Chou, Tien, Chen have paid dividends for him. Yeah, it was prior to that.
Excellent balance.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, it's just long.
Challenge from Chou.
Well.
That's risky. On the opponent's baseline, that looked out to me.
Oh. Good.
I think that's going to be called out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I immediately thought my reaction, as I think I said, good shot. Because there was a big gap there, but it wasn't entirely obvious.
No.
Deep into the backhand corner of Momota. Oh, it's caught the line. Would you believe it? What a good challenge.
12-11.
Yeah, and how crucial might that prove to be? Oh, good net shot.
Yeah. They both played well at the net. I still think that Chou has been dominant at the net. He's created more opportunities for himself at the net than Momota has.
Yeah.
He was normally rated a very, very strong net player.
Yeah.
Fantastic shot.
And It's the variation. I know you keep talking about this, that, you know, because he's hit winners straight down the line from that position, all of a sudden then the cross court becomes more dangerous.
But I still would say that Momota should cover the cross here, because the lift is cross, and it is extremely difficult to hit a precise straight shot in that situation. So let him create the winners on the most difficult, in the most difficult way. And if he can do that, well, congratulations.
Oh, look at
The
that.
point is yours.
Good rally. Well, 5 points since the mid-game interval, and all 5 points to Chou, Tien, Chen.
And the very important challenge.
Yes.
15.
Got him another
Yeah.
3 points. Or he earned himself another 3 points after that. A little too big deception there from Momota.
Oh, clever smash.
This lower.
Yes.
But I still think that the body smash would be
16.
a good attacking opportunity for Momota.
Do you think he should have followed up more on it then?
Yeah, I
Quicker?
think so, and hit a bit more, because I think he gets an advantage when he's hitting at his body. And when he's hitting towards the sides, unless he's in a very good position, it just comes back.
Another very, very accurate shot. That is now 7 straight points since 10-11 down at the change of ends.
Service over.
No, that was a tired-looking movement there. His movement has been great round the head until then.
17.
I think he got too far behind the shuttle. And if you get too far behind the shuttle, it's really difficult to execute that stick smash, because then it will be in front of you and it will have a more downwards direction, which takes it into the net.
Oh, that's wild.
The thing that Momota played short actually helped him a little bit.
18. 12.
There's a real sort of final push here, isn't there, from Momota? He knows it's now or never. Got to get back into this.
And preferably he needs a couple of quick points now, because if he's going to work hard for all the 5 points, it's going to be really challenging. "81 minutes.
Yeah. Third consecutive match going over the hour and 20-minute mark.
I haven't seen all the matches here at the Yonex Denmark Open, but of the matches I've seen, this is so far clearly the best match.
Yeah.
In terms of all 3 games being well played.
Yeah.
The players are sort of
13. 18.
a good match, good fit.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He somehow senses that Momota is sort of playing this corner freight lifting, and moves forward a little bit in order to gained the advantage in the rally, and that's just brilliant.
30.
Just 2 points required to reach his third consecutive Super Series tournament semi-final. Yeah, it's a nice exchange.
Service over.
Well, had that have gone over, I'm not sure that Momota would have reached it.
14-90.
It was a good miss because it was still threatening something in the rallies to come. Momota knows there's a lot of variation from his opponent. And the thing we talked about in the end of the first game, that he was looking a little bit tired. We can forget all about that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's on the verge of victory. He is the number 7 seed, Chen.
And
6 match point
and
opportunities.
you've seen the emotions, both when he won the first game and when he won important rallies and so on. This means a lot to him. He's sick of being 0-2 down in individual matches against Momota. Wasn't it 0-2?
It was.
He really wants to win this.
20, match point 14. Service over. 15-20.
One match point come and gone. I think there's still another 4 opportunities for Chou and Chen. The second time of asking. Chen, victorious. An hour and 25 minutes to beat Kento Momota in 3 games. That's lovely, good sportsmanship at the end of the match. And for a 3rd consecutive time, Momota has indeed lost to the number 7 seed here at the Denmark Open. What a match. 21-15 in that deciding game confirms the umpire. What an absolute thriller. And what quality throughout, as Steen Petersen was saying. Wonderful match. The moments of victory and a 3rd consecutive Super Series tournament semi-final. Achieved it in Japan last month, then the week after that did the same in Korea, and now at the 9th event on the Super Series tour, he once again reaches the semi-final.
over.
Well, what a wonderful way to start quarterfinals day here in Odense at the Yonex Denmark Open. Up next is mixed doubles, then we'll turn our attention to men's singles once again, then women's singles, and then we'll finish off with men's doubles. So the next match, as you can see, is mixed doubles. The number 8 seeds from China, Lu Kai and Huang Yaqiong, up against the number 2 seeds, Tontowi, Ahmad and Liliyana Natsir. Well, as far as the destination Dubai rankings are concerned, 6 previous Super Series tournaments prior to Denmark for the World and Olympic champions, Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei, and they had been in 6 finals, winning 4 of them, including the last event, the Korean Super Series. Of course, the number 2 pair on that list is the pair we're about to see, and they were beaten in the final in Seoul at the Korean Open. Well, here is the draw so far, and 2 pairs already through, because we can see that Liu Chen and Biao, the World Championships silver medalists, have put out Mr. and Mrs. Adcock in 2 straight games. And the 3-time former champions, Fischer Nielsen and Christina Pedersen, are through their match as well.
And now on court number 1, mixed doubles. Please welcome the world number 8 and runner-up at the OUE Singapore Open. From China, Lu Kai and Huang Yaqiong.
So the announcement welcoming Lu Kai and Wang Yaqiong, and the announcer making reference to the fact they reached the final of the Singapore Super Series event early this year. They didn't contest the final. They gave a walkover to their teammates, Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei.
Tontowi, Ahmad and Liliyana Natsir.
The number 2 seeds, the world number 2s, the former world champions, Tontowi, Ahmad and Liliyana Natsir. They've been in the final of the Yonex Denmark Open for the last 3 years, but they're still looking for their first ever title. So near and yet so far. Well, if you were with us yesterday, you will have enjoyed watching Lu Kai in the men's doubles playing with Liu Chen. They came through the qualifying of the men's doubles, and they beat the reigning world champions Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Setiawan, and today in the quarterfinal they'll play against the European champions Ivanov and Sozunov of Russia. So it'll be a busy day for Lu Kai. There he is, 23-year-old, turned 23 12 days ago from Nanning, known as the Green City. He and his partner, Huang Yaqiong, she's 21 years of age. Number 8 in the world ranking at the moment. They've gone down 1 place in the Super Series standings. Down to number 7 from 6, quarterfinalists in Korea. And their win-loss record for the year, 2 finals, winning one of them, the Swiss Grand Prix Gold, and that Singapore Super Series I was telling you about, where they gave a walkover in the final to world and Olympic champions Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei. Well, as far as their matches so far, in yesterday's second-round match against Keigo Tsunoda and Naoko Fukuman of Japan, dropped the second game, as you can see. Match just shy of the hour mark. Last year, reached the last 16, so they've done better than a year ago. Chinese combination.
The technical officials.
And for Tontowi, Ahmad, 28 years of age. And Liliyana Natsir, now 30 from Manado, right in the north of North Sulawesi. Number 2 in the world rankings, that equals their highest ever. And they've gone up 1 place, as you briefly saw, in the Super Series standings to number 2, having been beaten in the final of the Korean event. Well, yesterday they had a real battle, as their opponents did, so both of them going the full distance yesterday in their matches. Dani Kristanta and Vanessa Neo of Singapore, they dropped the opening game, as you can see, and then came back in 2 very good games, 1 minute shy of the hour mark, their second round match. Well, if you're a Chinese fan, that's a little ominous, isn't it? This is the 6th meeting, and Lu Kai and Huang Yaqiong are yet to record a victory. But the last time they met in the Korean Super Series, where obviously the Indonesians went on through to the final, it was 3 games. In fact, not only the last time they met was 3 games, the first time they met was 3 games as well. Henrik Boas and Alan Potter are court officials for this one. Well, the Indonesians winning their world title 2 years ago in Guangzhou. What a match that was. One of the best finals I've ever seen. And they beat the number 1 seeds, Chen and Ma Jin. Saved 2 match points in the third and deciding game.
Yaqiong, China. On my left, Tontowi Ahmad, Liliyana, Natsir, Indonesia. Huang Yaqiong to serve. Liliyana, Natsir. Love all. Play.
So this mixed doubles quarterfinal getting underway.
Service over.
And I should think the Indonesians, not only full of confidence, having been in the final in Seoul, but also with that head-to-head stat, won all 5 previous matches.
Fault receiver.
Oh, fault receiver.
Chou,
My goodness me, controversy.
Yeah, they're almost always wrong, those calls, if you see them in slow.
Well, he got called a couple of service faults yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I was impressed the way he just sort of shrugged it off and got on with the match.
And was able to conduct himself very well in the decisive rallies. Really challenging at the net.
Interesting little statistic about the mixed doubles here. Oh, yeah. Well, suddenly changed his mind, didn't he? I think he was going to leave it. Oh, look at that. That's a huge gap. Yeah, sorry, to get back to my interesting statistic here at the Denmark Open in the mixed doubles discipline, since it became a Super Series event, when the Super Series started in 2007, only China or Denmark has ever won the mixed doubles discipline here.
Service over.
That's a healthy smash.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
5.
We've seen some tall male players in the mixed doubles lately. This Luke high here.
Service forward goal.
Oh, that's quick.
Service over. 6-1.
Yeah, I agree. Above the waist.
Service over. 2-6. Yes, change.
First female player, Liliyana Natsir, to win 3 gold medals at World Championships. Of course, male player Park Ji-won had achieved that. The first female player to achieve it, Liliyana Natsir. Oh, that's delightful.
Service over.
But a very important thing to remember is that Park Ji-won, he achieved this when there were only World Championships every second year.
Yeah. Which makes his achievements even more remarkable, not just in the mixed doubles. 5 world titles for Park Ji-won. 2 men's doubles, 3 mixed doubles.
Over a span of how many years has Natsir won, Jill?
From 2005.
To now.
Well,
So
that's all her medals, but
Yeah.
I mean, from 2005 to 2013, there was 3 gold medals.
So she's been playing for quite a number of years, but of course she's had, the important thing is that she's had more opportunities.
Yeah.
Park Ji-won had more opportunities, he, I suppose, would have won a couple of gold medals extra.
Well, in my humble opinion,
Service
I
over.
think that's pretty much certain. I believe he would have won more gold medals if there had been a World Championship every year. He was outstanding. But we can't live on mutts and what ifs and maybes and buts and this and that. And
Service over. 5-9.
well, Chen Long's just won his quarterfinal against Yihan in 3 games.
Serves over. 10-5. Serves over. 6-10.
Yeah, we saw in his men's doubles yesterday, we were very impressed with Lukai, weren't we?
Yeah.
His ability at the front of the court.
He definitely has a good read of the game, and it sort of opens the opportunity that the Chinese pair could actually play a little bit in opposite positions as opposed to what we normally see with Huang Yaqiong at the back.
Serves over.
Please welcome the
11-6.
technical
Interval.
officials to court number
So a
2.
5-point advantage for Ahmad and Natsir. Really game
打起来
interval.
不错的啊。那亚军在左场区接发球，给他正手拿你的。
They're normally very difficult to beat when they're off to a good start, when Liliyana Natsir gets confidence. This Indonesian pair is so strong.
他位置看得好。
Court number 2, women's doubles.
亚军球往下拨的时候，
World number 21,
半场的时候你要赶压啊，
quarterfinalists
提
and
前准备
Viktor
快一点。
reopen.
亚军往下
From
拨的时候，
Korea,
他球起来。
Yaqiong and
Hot
Chen.
one, 20 seconds. Hot one, 20 seconds.
Well, the coach there, Liliyana Natsir's former partner, Liliyana, with whom she won the gold medal at those 2005 World Championships in Anaheim. And then they regained the world title 2 years later in Kuala Lumpur.
Serves over. 7-11.
To me, it's always an interesting dynamic to have a former partner coach you, because of course they'll know you extremely well, your strengths and your weaknesses and everything about you and how you think on court and how you react. But, you know, perhaps the player also knows what situations that, you know, you with your now coach have failed in or won in. So it must be a
12.
fascinating
7.
dynamic.
Yeah, and also for Tontowi Ahmad, having his predecessor as a coach.
Yeah.
I think you really have to get past that. I mean, in my opinion, the players, they don't really like to hear, I did like this.
No.
They just want to hear what you want them to do. So it's very important to get over that as a coach.
12.
And of course, even though they perhaps have some similarities in playing style, they're different players, they're different persons, they react differently.
Out.
Well left.
Yeah.
Serves over. 13-8.
Wow.
14-8.
That's not her. That's not her shot. Huang Yaqiong. Excellent shot by Ahmad.
15-8.
What an angle to get. He's moving in the opposite direction. He's moving towards left. Hitting it towards the right. Very, very difficult.
Serves over. 9,
What do you make of the
15.
fact that this lady has been playing women's doubles here in the Super Series events. Normally, we're used to seeing her over the past year or so, really focusing on her mixed doubles. And of course, here in Odense, she was playing women's doubles with Tang Junhua.
Yeah.
And lost in the very first round to the Danes, Christian Peterson and Camilla Ruta-Jord.
But held a match point.
Yeah. Good thing for her to be playing more than the mixed doubles. What's your feeling on that?
I think it can be good because when you're only playing the mixed, like for instance Liliyana and Natsir, you actually don't touch the shuttle a lot. And when you touch it, you have to be very, very precise, and it's often really fast-paced shots that you should sort of try to intercept. So in many ways, it can be nice for the female mixed players to also play women's doubles.
There is Nova Widianto.
Service over.
She's definitely trying to sort of get involved in the game. Huang Yaqiong. I guess we'll rate this as the 4th Chinese mixed double at the moment.
Yeah.
After Zhang Nan and Zhang Yunlei, Shu Chen Majin, Liu Cheng, Bao Yixin, then this pair here, and of course relatively new on the Super Series circuit, so trying to make a name for themselves and trying to sort of convince the Chinese team management that it's worth giving them some attention.
Oof. Oh, what a lovely idea.
17.
You can see that the Chinese have mixed up the coaching a little bit. I wasn't paying enough attention to see who actually did the talking in the interval, but I can see that Chen Bingyi is sitting at the coach's chair together with, I think it's Chen Chichi.
Well, another service return. Fault calls, or moving, the receiver moving before the serve was struck, this time on Tontowi Ahmad.
What a smash from Lukai.
17.
Yeah.
Going back to your point about the coaches on the bench, I've just had a quick look down the arena here. There's no other Chinese players.
No, so there's no reason Zhang Jun is not there. So it might be that he's concentrating, he's focusing on the 3 top pairs, the established top pairings.
Yeah.
And this is sort of a grooming pair, grooming talent that is under the wings of Chen Bingyi.
China.
Or actually Chen Chichu, but and then Chen Bingyi, here we see them, Chen Bingyi with the cap on. He's the overall responsible for the doubles department. I have a feeling that that's the case. You know that Zhong Bo is the singles department chairman, with the coaches Chen Jin and Xia Xuanzi.
Oh, look at that. It's right onto the line.
19-14.
That's what's so fascinating about the mixed doubles, that it's perhaps the most tactical discipline there is.
Yeah. Most tactically complex.
15-19. Yes.
Yeah, because you have to try and use the strengths of both players, and quite obviously men are physically stronger than the women, and so you want them at the back of the court using their power. And most of the time, naturally, women tend to be more agile than the men, and therefore you want them at the front where they can twist and turn quickly. And yeah, I always found it a fascinating discipline to play.
Yeah, and you want to exploit the
Service over.
differences in physical strength, and you want to
game
protect
point.
the differences as well.
Yeah.
So that's why there's so many soft shots, angles in the game in between offense and defense, and that's what makes it interesting.
Game point opportunities, 5 of them.
Oh,
My goodness. What a net exchange by the two female players. That was wonderful. 21-15, opening game.
Tontowi, Ahmad, Liliyana, Natsir, 21-15.
Look at that. She's so calm, isn't she,
Yeah.
Liliyana Natsir? Look, by all right, she should have
我们
panicked
吃
with
亏就
that
吃
one,
亏了，
but
一个我们
calmly
自己的
just
发球质
dealt
量
with
没
it.
有保证，另外一个就是前面开局的5分啊接发球。
17 minutes in the opening game, 21-15.
"挑起来的自信一点，挑起来挑人到位了，不怕他的，先拉2拍没事儿，啊，拉2拍再反击。
Chou, he was
现
a
在
left-hander,
发
wasn't
球
He was a
接发球
left-hander,
那
yeah.
个无为的输，然后就挑球，还是
had some problems with his arm and shoulder.
没问题，他攻不死你
Was
的，
quite
你防大一点没事儿啊。哎，有些球宁愿去抢，
mixed
不要
player,
不要放
better in the mixed than the
啊
men's
球
double.
啊，防守的球啊。
Played a lot with Yaqiong, beaten finalists at the All England Championships in 2003 and bronze medalists at the World Championships in Birmingham in 2003.
Ininya lumayan di
There
sebelah
was
sininya nih.
always a
Itu terus
pair to
depannya.
me that were
Ya,
real
kalau nggak
threats,
lewat
but
ke
always
apa,
seemed to go under the
berapa kali
radar
bagus.
as far as people
Backhandnya.
talking about them.
Ya, kalau lakinya, kalau kasih gewekan dia neken pasti. Neken dia mundur. Lakinya, kamu turunin aja. Kalau nggak geser ke kanan nih, nggak terlalu bagus kanan nih. Tapi kalau sininya neken dia. Ya, pohon belakang siap. Wih, nembaknya dari situ, wih. Ceweknya sini sering banting tuh. Kalau enak, pakai sininya nggak terlalu bagus. Ya, kalau nembak kanan siap dibanting pokoknya. Ya, pokoknya belakangnya main, wih. Harus yakin kamu enak gitu. Dan kepancing depannya ya. Kalau kamu depan jangan buru-buru. Kamu lebih enak itu. Kamu mainin itu lebih, orang nggak enak malahan. Kalau kamu nyodok-nyodok, orang nggak takut. Ya, kamu berapa kali kamu mainin gitu nggak enak terus mereka yakin sama.
Well, starting this second game where they left off in the first.
Excellent.
It must be something with the contrasting styles between these two pairs that, because, I mean, I rate Lukai. We were singing his praises yesterday. He's won a Super Series title in the mixed double, in the men's doubles discipline with Kai Yun, the Singapore Open last year.
Yeah.
You know, he's a class player.
Yeah.
But it's almost as if they don't believe, or maybe the Indonesians are just so full of confidence, having won all 5 previous matches. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I think perhaps they're a little bit more aware of their style, what it is they're good at. And for the Chinese, of course, there's no doubt that they're really, really strong in the offense and not so strong below the tape. Very few players and pairs are strong below the tape. So the thing is how to get the attack and to keep the attack. And we've just seen 2 rallies where the Indonesians have not been afraid to smash a number of times, but the Chinese have not had a chance to turn it around. So they sort of feel like they perhaps can survive in the defense, but they're only saving 3, 4, 5 shots. And it doesn't really matter because they lose the point anyway.
Yeah.
So in that situation, I think they need to try something more on the first or the second defensive shot, because otherwise they'll just die a slow death. And that's where Liliyana Natsir comes in, because she's really, really good at making the right choices at the net and challenging, as we saw the last rally of the first game.
Well,
This is a terrible shot from Lukai. We know he's strong in attack, but this was a situation where he could have maintained the control of the rally, probably being able to kill it at a later stage. Instead, it's a direct mistake.
I think
but his string broke, so that's perhaps the answer to it. So you could say that you need a lot of experience to play the mixed doubles.
Oh, well taken.
Yeah,
well
good rally.
played from Wang Yaqiong.
1-5.
And we know from all the other times that we've seen Natsir and Ahmad that Ahmad also very, very strong in the attack, but more human below the tape. But it's not easy to get it below the tape because they're so good in the service situation.
Service over.
Well, the luck of the net cord on the return of serve.
2-6.
That's
Excellent.
nice. Yeah.
4-6.
Great skills.
Oh! 5-6.
Yeah, this is a good comeback, isn't it? 5-love down at the start of his second game. Now just 1 point in it.
Out.
Oh, service short.
Service over. 7-5.
That's a clever shot.
That's long.
Well, great control in that rally from Liliyana and Natsir. You may well be right, it may have been going long, but if your opponent thinks it's so close, he's got to play it. You've got to applaud it.
Excellent play by the Indonesians, keeping Lukai on the move before he's able to attack. And there's a huge difference for tall players on the sort of quality of the attack, whether it's a more standing attack where they don't have to move before they hit the shuttle, and a moving attack. We've seen it numerous times with the Dane Mads Pila Colling in the men's doubles, and also Camilla Richard-Yule in the ladies double, when she's moving, the attack is a little bit more human.
This is a good rally.
Service over.
And she's not afraid to challenge at the net, Huang Yaqiong.
6-8. Liliyana.
Yeah, well spotted umpire. Indonesians in the wrong formation.
Service over.
How does she... I find it amazing. I mean, she must have such spatial awareness. That shuttle had gone past her. She's got the racket head control, she's got her back to the net, and she plays a perfect shot.
She knows exactly how much to give it and where to aim and so on.
Yeah.
And she's so calm and collected, a little bit like we see Hendra Sechawan in the men's doubles as well.
Service over.
And that's a crucial skill to be able to be calm in these fast exchanges.
Yeah, a trait I don't think anybody could accuse me of having. I would have loved to have looked calm on court. Yeah, sadly, it wasn't in my nature. Well, all the attack from Ahmad's,
China.
and it was all very much the same pace. It was going through my mind as he was thundering down those smashes on Wang Yaqiong. Vary it, vary the pace, vary the angle.
Yeah.
But all credit to Wang Yaqiong because her defence was absolutely solid. Well, there's just 1 point in it.
8, 9. Liliyana. Play. Service over. 10, 8.
He's having some trouble, Lukai. It's the second service fault we've seen. Service error, because it's not a fault, service error.
Well, I think ever since he was called that service fault, he knows from yesterday as well, and I think he's really trying to serve lower than he normally does. And doing so, he really hasn't got rhythm on it.
That's a big mistake. Seen from, not from a law perspective, but from a performance perspective, it's a big mistake.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he's a tall, tall man. Now we're down at 191, which is about 6 foot through. I wouldn't be surprised if he's even taller than that. I think I got that stat when he was about 18 years old. He might have grown a bit.
Indonesia, play.
Oh, should have put that away, shouldn't he? Oh, that's a nice backhand. Oh my goodness, how does she do it?
Oh, that's a great shot. What an awareness to be able to play that shot.
11-9 interval.
Yeah, what was that? I mean, the racket head. Just watch the racket head as he comes through here.
She's expecting a push, and it's more like, I don't know what that shot is called, a drive or something like that.
Yeah. So 2-point advantage for the number 2 seeds here in the second game.
后2个球还是要控一控，所以抢半场啊！你不要重伤一摆你就只能拉了，没办法啊！拿到主动，你抢到主动，他也上不来。
Would you be advising anything sort of, any drastic sort of changes from the Chinese pair if you were able to talk to them?
Dia servis dari atas banget tuh. Ya, jangan terlalu buru-buru.
I think I would advise them to flick a little bit more
Jangan pengen maksain begitu karena dari atas banget.
create some room for the short services.
Yeah.
I think we've seen on a number of occasions that
ya, enak baru kencang lagi. Ya, agak ke atas sekali-sekali. Jaganya bawah terus tuh. Abak tebak sekali-sekali tebak ke atas tapi kamu siap bawah. Ya. Ya makanya jangan paksa kencang dia udah siap. Ya ngatur aja. Ya, konsentrasi pembukaannya ya.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. No Widianto here.
Yeah, no, not at all. I'm interested.
I think we've seen that one of the keys to opening up the Indonesians is if you have a female player who can sort of challenge and be better than Liliyana Natsir. But you can see that service return, that's just excellent. And they have no advantage in serving short because the Indonesians take the initiative in the rally. So why not flick and get her away, Liliyana Natsir, why not get her away from the front court where she's so brilliant?
Yeah.
And then try to win it from the back court. And if you can do that, well, congratulations.
Service over.
Yeah, if you're going to play half
11,
court,
12.
you've got to make sure that he's not able to step in on it. Look at that,
Yeah.
Lukai.
And then perhaps also if
Ahmad.
I have to play flat or lift, I would make sure to use the back court so that Tontowi Ahmad has a big area to cover.
Yeah.
12-0.
Yeah. That's the change of pace that I was advocating earlier on.
13-12.
Yeah, very efficient.
2.
Great control. The shuttle hits the net and it's totally deflected, but still she managed to control it. Well played.
Yeah.
14-13.
Tries to get away with it, Ahmad. He might have, but not against Huang Yaqiong.
This is the first time in either game that the Chinese pair have been in the lead.
And we've seen twice here now when
13.
Ahmad is forced to play soft shots from below the tape.
Nope.
And there's a good chance for the opponents.
Play.
that's a lucky point.
16-13.
But 4 straight points, and all of a sudden I sort of have a different feeling about this match.
Yeah.
I mean, in the 5-love up in the second game, the Indonesians, there's me saying there must be something in the styles, and, you know, it's all looking so easy for the Indonesians. Far from it.
Yeah.
16-13.
So it's actually 16-8 in the last 24 points since they were down 5-love.
Yeah.
Lukai and Huang Yaqiong.
Out.
Another service
Service
error.
over. 14-16. China change.
What do you make that? 3?
3 in this game. But yeah, he served 2 or 3 really excellent short services that sort of prevented the Indonesians from getting the initiative.
Service over. 17-14.
This is extraordinary, isn't
Yeah.
it? Does it remind you of a certain mixed doubles last night? If you were with us last night, you will have enjoyed a mixed doubles involving Jochen Fischer-Nielsen and
15-17.
Christina Pedersen. Seem to be cruising against Kazuno and Kurahara. Oh, it's gone wide.
Service over. 18-15.
I have a feeling the Chinese pair has more or less closed down the front court. There's not so much space left for the Indonesians to target. Great smash.
16-18.
Very different audience we have here in Odense today. I mean, there's no Danes playing in the hall right now, and if we were in at least certain countries in Asia, the audience would find someone to back in their matches. But here it's more like a waiting game until Danish players come on court, and that makes it a little bit awkward.
Yeah, they don't. You're right. They don't know who to support.
No.
Whereas the Indonesian fans, for instance,
Malaysian.
Yeah.
There's a more joyful experience for the spectators there.
Service over. 18-19.
Yeah, well, she was totally controlling the net in the opening game, and a part of this second game, certainly controlling the game in that rally. Liliyana and Natsir, well, that is crucial in mixed doubles. Control of the front of the court.
Yeah, that's a good call.
So,
Serves over.
2 game point
20
opportunities
game
for
point, 18.
Liu Kai and Huang Yaqiong to win this second game. That's a great judgment, isn't it?
Once again.
Yeah, he's too loose on those. And Huang Yaqiong
Second game won by Liu Kai, Huang
is
Yaqiong.
certainly very sharp now,
21-18. 1 game all.
hunting the shuttle at the net. And it is indeed, as the umpire has just confirmed, 1 game all. 43 minutes into the match. 21-18 at second game in favour of the number 8 seeds from China.
Ya, nah, mainnya silang-silangnya berani. Ya, dari kotak sini sering tuh ditungguin kamu. Sekali berani silang sini. Kamu agak lebih mepet ya, biar dekat kamu berani ngadu depan, tapi kamu agak mepet, ya. Kalau kamu mau mepet, butet nekat nggak apa, kamu tetekin depannya. Tapi kamu harus mepet, kalau butet maju, udah kamu mepet aja. Ini soalnya lumayan, moles ceweknya. Ya, kalau dari kotak sini, lakinya ngaper tuh, defense-nya ngaper sini, sekali-sekali tembak situ aja nggak apa. Tapi kalau dari kotak sebelah sana ceweknya, lu tembak tengah nggak apa-apa, ngati banyakan dia. Dari kotak sini cowoknya ngaper tuh. Ya, sama pembukaannya aja deh, pembukaannya jangan buru-buru. Pas cowoknya servis, kamu sering kena itunya tuh. Kalau nggak sekali kencengin sekali ke body. Ya, yakin ya, belum anu ya, jangan panik ya. Terus yakin aja, ya. Hetet ya, kamu mepet, butet ngadu depannya, harus jadu, ya. Hetet ya, ayo, yakin.
现在接发球相持住了啊！
往这底下只要想发球的话，都有机会，是吧？而接发球了就是那个谁啊，第一点发球的，我们可以抢上，然后往里再扒他一波。然后那个阿曼德发球的时候，他抢往里抢，就可以推压或者推压不会。
哎，现在出来以后，机会出来以后一拍，一般小孩就死了。机会出来一拍以后，高水平的还是可以跟你相持的。啊，记得多连贯。
Second game.
你不要太靠中间，太靠中间。
Love
你不是短球也是错局啊，大哥，你往这边来的就，是吧？好吧。
非常好，你这。
So here we are, third and deciding game. Oh, that's beautiful from Liliyana and
Serves
Natsir.
over. 1 love.
Well, I know we've only had 2 rallies and we can't jump to conclusions because of those 2 rallies, but I think Nova Widianto has said to his players, the Indonesians, come on, you've got to get back on the attack again.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Love.
That's a little mistake by Huang Yaqiong there, trying to push it again, and that's what Natsir is so good at, judging whether to push or block.
For love.
Well, yesterday we were talking about the Danes in the mixed doubles taking their foot off the pedal. Do you think that's been a similar case today, or do you think the Chinese in that second game raised their game?
I think they raised their game, but I also think that the Indonesians got a little bit overconfident.
Oh, that's a nice block. I like that. Oh, dear me.
Service over.
Yeah, what was I saying about those pushes to the mid-court area? You can't afford to make them loose so that Lu Kai can just step in on them.
I think one of the things that the Indonesians did well in the first game was to lift from a good position, so they could actually control the lifts and decide when to go into a defensive position with a good chance of turning it around, and I think that's really important to keep the court big. Of course, if you're able to get the attack right away from the service situation, please do that, but it might get crowded on the front court after all.
Service over. 2-5.
Oh, service fault called this time on Wang Yaqiong. First time she's been called a fault in this match by my calculation. You concur with me? Oh, well, we won't see from that. It was the server who was faulted, not the receiver.
Seven, 2.
That's brilliant.
Service over.
Right into the corner. Inch perfect.
3-7.
Yeah, my goodness. You couldn't have walked over there and placed it any better, could you?
Yes, quick. Indonesian. Quick count.
Well, just under 50 minutes of play.
3.
Umpire being generous and allowing the players time to towel down. Oh, good return.
Yeah.
Service over.
Set the whole tone of the rally, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, and the serve from this man here, Lu Kai, was not accurate enough, a bit too high over the net, and I think he's quite inconsistent in his services. Some are really, really good, and then there's some direct errors.
Service over. 4-8.
And some that doesn't have the quality needed at this level. Well played.
Service over. 9-4.
Well, can't help but think, Tien, that the Chinese pair need to close this deficit down before the change of ends. They need to be closer.
Yeah.
They need to be challenging.
I think so too.
10-4.
I would say like 7, there's still a little chance. 8 would be better.
Yeah. Yeah, that was well played by the Chinese combination.
Over. 5-10.
Oh.
Serves over.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether she was trying to intercept or whether she was trying to get her racket out of the way. Well, it doesn't really matter. The upshot is that the Indonesians have a 6-point advantage here in the third and deciding game as they change ends.
还是要拼发球质量啊。然后卢凯防守的精力你要跟上，就一个发球质量，然后一个防守。现在接发球基本上都能过了。
他杀不死的，他就要打你，对角。
你这边这种架过来拔对角啊，抽啊，拿到了以后对角要出来啊。你现在都局限于他的反拍往前。 这接发球啊，加油，打起来！
Sama Masih variasi sekali-sekali ke cowoknya tuh.
Well, it's quite a deficit that the Chinese pair need to start closing down, but that will certainly help their cause.
6-11.
Slight confusion between the two Indonesians. Both going for the same shot and then leaving a big gap.
Serves over.
He's returned nicely today, has Tontowi Ahmad.
Yeah. And I know the Danes, they used to talk about that if they don't flick him, he comes closer and closer and closer to the net, and it's almost impossible to serve to later in the match. So. Yeah.
It's that, you know, it's understated in a way, isn't it? But it's so perfect. She just takes the shuttle early and just guides it into the open space. Look at that.
And a little deception of it.
Yeah.
Serves over. 7-13.
Yeah, lift was short, got what it deserved.
14-7.
Looking a bit disheartened now, the Chinese pair.
Yeah.
Clapping their hands, but the body language doesn't really tell the same story. Oh, that's more like it.
Serves over. 8-15.
Oh my goodness, that was dangerous. Liliyana Natsir was looking round. Well, Tontowi, Ahmad taking it so late that, as I was saying, Liliyana Natsir turned round to look. Oh, I'd made the mistake of that once. Ended up in hospital for 4 days, got the shuttle in the eye.
Thank you. 9-15. Oh, it's new. Play.
Well,
You just get that sense that this isn't over yet.
yeah, that was the 3 fairly easy points that they needed. They're still quite a bit behind, but it'd be foolish to rule it out.
Service over.
Dear, dear me.
16-10.
That's a gift to the Indonesians, yeah. Well, once you've been called that false. Well, Steve, you were saying earlier, you advocate just stick to your groove, because if you try and adjust your serve, that happens. Then you start making errors.
Yeah. I know I shouldn't be saying that, but that's the reality.
17-10.
That
That's clever. Very, very clever.
18-10.
3 points from victory now. How crucial was that service error? Just won a couple of points, Chinese pair. Like I said, this is far from over.
Service over. 11-18.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Michelle Lee came back from 12-19 down in the decider. So
And 2016.
yeah, so it's not
Never-
impossible.
No.
Service over.
Yeah. Punching the serve.
19-12.
Tontowi Ahmad.
It's difficult for these tall athletes to get out of the way, give themselves the freedom to play the shot.
He's been strong in the attack, I think, Tontowi Ahmad.
Yeah.
4 smashes to work his way to a position that is so good that he can
20,
kill it.
match point 12.
match point opportunities against the number 8 seeds.
Serves over. 13-20.
Please welcome the technical officials, court number 2. Court number 2, women's singles. Please welcome world number 6 and runner-up at the Yonex Chinese Taipei Open from China, Liliyana.
Oh, good clear. That's a good rally.
She's facing world number 5, quarterfinalist at the
Oh,
BWF
goodness.
Open from China.
Well, more indecision at the back of the court from Tontowi. Ahmad, surely he knows about the slight drift by now.
Thank you.
So 3 match points have come and gone.
15-20.
This time. And Tontowi, Ahmad and Liliyana Natsir safely through to the semi-final. Their 10th semi-final of the year in their 11th tournament. Talk about consistency.
Ahmad, Liliyana Natsir, 21-15, 18-21, 21-15.
An hour and 4 minutes. Beautiful angle. Final winning smash from Tontowi Ahmad. Now, consistency personified this year in the mixed doubles discipline.
Serves over. Serves over.
So our first two quarterfinals, both going the full distance. Men's singles up next with the two-time Olympic champion, Lin Dan. He's won this title 3 times as well against Viktor Axelsen. My goodness, didn't he play well yesterday in beating last year's beaten finalist, Soman Home. Then we've got Wang Yihan, former world champion in the women's singles, and 5 previous finals here in Denmark against PV Sindhu, who of course has won 2 world championship bronze medalists. And then we finish with Biao and Mogensen, the home favourites in the men's doubles against Biao and Huang. So Lin Dan, the number 3 seed against Viktor Axelsen, the number 6 seed from Denmark. Well, Viktor Axelsen changed places with Yihan or Mogensen after the 2 Super Series events, Japan and Korea, in September last month, because poor old Yihan or Mogensen wasn't able to compete in either because he picked up a nasty illness at the World Championships in Jakarta and was poorly, wasn't able to play. Lin Dan remained at number 5 in the Super Series standings. Well, Chen Long safely through, the defending champion and 3-time winner of the Denmark Super Series title. In fact, 6 Super Series, Denmark Super Series titles go to 2 of the players in that top half of the draw, the 2 Chinese players there. 6 different nations, as I was mentioning before. And Chou, Tien, Chen, as we saw earlier on today, also safely through. Tien, interesting, we were just looking at the Super Series standings there. 6 of the 10 players in the men's singles Destination Dubai list have played in all 8 Super Series tournaments so far. That's more than any other discipline. In the other disciplines, no more than 3 players in the top 10 have played in all 8.
Yeah.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think if we have to look for an explanation, probably don't need to, but there's quite a big competition going on between Chinese men's singles. Who's going to take the 2 Olympic spots? The 3 Danish men's singles and the 3 Indian men's singles.
Yes.
So there's a tough intern competition going on in these countries, and that probably means that they feel they have to be out gathering points.
Yeah.
And it's so important to go to these Dubai Super Series finals because there's ranking points awarded. But it's only 8 players who gets them, so the ones that are not there, they won't have a chance to score points.
Not to mention the $1 million prize fund.
Exactly.
And the $400,000 prize fund for the reward for where you finish in the Super Series standings at the end of the year.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. Well, it certainly was.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, last year, and 99.9% certain, same case again this year. So here, Lin Dan welcomed by the fans.
This year's Yonex Japan Open on home soil tonight. Please welcome from Denmark, Viktor Axelsen.
And listen to the roar from the home fans as the 21-year-old who was born in this wonderful city of Odense. Not only a Dane, but a real home player for the fans here in Odense.
Official Badminton Denmark merchandise can be purchased in the store located on the first floor.
Well, as we wait for the players to meet the court officials and the toss of the coin, just to remind you that as far as the singles players are concerned, if you finish number 1 on the Destination Dubai Super Series standings after all 12 tournaments, you get a bonus of $12,000.
Yeah, and that's good. It wasn't like that last year. Isn't that correct? There were no bonus last year, I think.
Yes, there was.
There was?
Yep.
That's totally gone unnoticed for me.
Ah. Well, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
And of course, the man with the red T-shirt on there, Lin Dan, the left-hander. The very first year of the Super Series, he finished the year #1 on the Super Series standings. Viktor Axelsen has been #1 earlier this year, after the India Super Series, where he reached the final.
I also know Viktor wasn't at the Super Series final last year, and he's heard, like a lot of the other players, they've heard that it was a great tournament, it was well arranged, so they're really eager to go.
Yes.
They want to go to Dubai.
Yeah. And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
End of year championships, and the BWF, the Badminton World Federation, has listened to the players about having time off from the Super Series in the first 2 months of the year. Yeah, it's a wonderful setup now. So Lin Dan, the left-hander, turned 32 2 days ago on Wednesday. There was a bit of a birthday party here for him. Some of the fans brought him a cake. They all sang happy birthday to him. Wonderful it was too. He was very touched by it. In fact, he indicated that he got tears in the eyes. Anyway, his path through to today's quarterfinal, first round against the qualifier, Rule Must from Estonia. He's been doing very well lately. He was beaten finalist at the Dutch Grand Prix last week. And then yesterday against Chou from Hong Kong, went the full distance, dropping the opening game. And that match yesterday against Chou lasting an hour and 5 minutes. 3 times he's won this title, Lin Dan. 4 finals. He was beaten finalist back in 2001. Can you believe that? 14 years ago. Viktor Axelsen was just 7 years of age when his opponents first reached the final here at the Denmark Open. What a year he's been having. The world #7 has been as high as 5. That was in June earlier this year. As we saw, up 1 place in the Super Series standings, up to 3. 4 finals so far this year, and 3 of them have been Super Series, but he's still looking for his first Super Series title. Now, if you were with us yesterday, you would have seen Viktor Axelsen playing such a wonderful match against last year's beaten finalist, So Man Ho of Korea. And that really is correct. 21-15, 21-6. In fact, he was 9-love up in the second game, having won the first was Viktor Axelsen, and we were both very, very impressed with him indeed. New sort of maturity, isn't there, about Viktor Axelsen this year, as we look at our court officials, Christoph Oswald and Kelly Hall from Germany and Australia. This is the 4th meeting between the 2 players. The last time they met was, of course, in the final of this year's Japan Open. And my goodness, what a match that was. An hour and 13 minutes for those 3 games. He was 11-3 up at the change of ends, was Viktor Axelsen, before he eventually lost that final in Tokyo. But of course, in the first round of the Australian Open earlier this year, Viktor Axelsen beat his opponent of today and then went on to reach the final himself.
Right. Lin Dan, China. And on my left, Viktor Axelsen, Denmark. Lin Dan to serve. Love all. Play.
opening rally.
Yeah.
One love.
Well, second quarterfinal here at the Denmark Open for Viktor Axelsen. The first was 4 years ago, 2011. He lost out to Peter Gader in that quarterfinal in 3 games. But I remember he caused a sensation by beating former world and Olympic champion Taufik Hidayat on his way through to that quarterfinal 4 years ago. Brilliant. Well, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, about the improvement with the movement round the head from Viktor Axelsen.
Yeah. Yeah, and a very good rally there. Both players, actually. I think the match has started out in quite good pace. Here, Kenneth Jonassen and Carsten Oldengård, the mental coach of Viktor Axelsen. Interesting that it was actually Lars Ure that was on the chair yesterday when Viktor was playing someone home.
3 love.
Now, why would they change that?
Probably because they expected yesterday that Jan and Viktor's matches were to clash. So, in order not to divide the concentration, let's split the coaches from the beginning.
Service over. 1-3.
Oh, that's great.
Great follow-up.
So important for Viktor to follow up on these attacking shots in order to put pressure on Lindan.
Service over. 4-1.
On the other hand, for Lindan, it's important not to give Viktor these steep angles, because then he'll have a more difficult task of being accurate in his defense.
Service over.
That's too steep.
2-4.
And I keep thinking, and I said it yesterday, I said it in Japan, I'm sure as well, that Viktor Axelsen has to somehow concentrate on keeping the upper body, the torso and the arm relaxed when he's moving round the head. Sometimes he gets a little tense in the arm and the upper body.
Yeah.
Three, 4.
He was slipping a little bit on the court there earlier in the rally. And there was an example here where he was sort of trying to launch a smash. It wasn't really a smash, it wasn't a drop, it was just right in the racket of Lindan, and probably needs to work a little bit on that. Perhaps a clear or a cross clear is the correct solution there. Saw the match from the final from Japan on Danish television, and the Danish commentator said that Lindan was running more than Viktor, and my initial reaction was just, Lindan is never running more than his opponents. He's got the best technique, the best touch. He's always conducting the rallies, and if he is to run more than his opponent, he's most likely to lose. So it almost never happens that Lindan runs more than his opponent. And if you think that you can sort of wear him down, I think you're wrong. You simply have to play better than him in order to win.
it's...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's been a number of these clears look long.
Yeah, it's good judgment, isn't it?
It's interesting about that final in Japan because it would have meant a lot for Viktor to get that Super Series victory. But I also think actually that it meant a lot to Lindan.
Yes, I thought that too.
We know he's got an endorsement deal with a Japanese company, even though he's playing in the Chinese sponsor here in this tournament. And he was sort of outplayed at the World Championships by Mogensen. So it was important for him to gear up and show that he's still got it.
Yeah.
And I think we can see here that he's actually playing at a faster pace than at least what I thought he was at the World Championships. So I actually think that he's gotten better.
Yeah.
7-3.
Compared to the last, 6-8 months.
Yeah. Just missed it.
Yeah.
Service over. 4-7.
Big gulp of air after that rally too.
But look how far Lindan has
Yeah.
sort of moved to his backhand side. So, as we discussed yesterday, Viktor needs to get variation from his backhand side.
Women's doubles.
Preferably all 6 corners.
World number 8 and winner of the BWF World Championships.
And I mean, it's Lindan. I still think his best performances was in 2008 when he totally convincingly won the Olympics on home soil in Beijing. But he's a technically strong player, but he's also a smart player. He's a very, very smart player. The smartest player, perhaps, that has been in the men's singles. So he picks up immediately if you're too focused on one corner.
Yeah. Well, he does have an extraordinary record, at least one final every year for 15 consecutive years, at least one title every year for 14 consecutive years. And it was his first ever final here in 2001 when he lost out to Biao that I thought really sort of set him on the road to stardom. I thought that was the catalyst to his future success. I think that's when he started to believe that he could be something special. I remember the match.
I remember his match the year after where he lost in the first or second round, because that was the comeback tournament of Peter Gade after his knee injury, and I was coaching Peter in that match.
Well, he then won in 2003, 2004 and 2007.
Yeah. Won 2 Olympic gold medals and was actually already the favorite to win it in 2004 in Athens, where he was the top seed.
Yeah, that's right. Lost first round to Ronald Susilo.
Yeah.
Well, this is a dream start for Viktor Axelsen.
Det er det med at have den samme tålmodighed, men stadig snært af aggressivitet, ikke?
Lige nøjagtigt. Og så stadigvæk, selvom det er hårdt, holde pauserne, fordi så kan du lave den der temposkift, som er så vigtig mod ham. Både i armen, men også i benene.
Jeg vil gerne have dit temposkift med, og så kunne falde tilbage.
Ja, lige nøjagtigt. Men vigtigt, som du selv siger, snært af aggressivitet hele tiden, som gør, at det putter lidt mere pres på ham. Ja. Så dine overspilninger og dine defensiver har været fantastiske. Ja. Ikke? Ja? Ja.
So what was the advice there from Kenneth?
Yeah, pretty much to see if he can maintain or get into his game these change of pace. That is really, really important. They were quite satisfied with his patience in the first part of first game and his sort of
challenge. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
That's interesting here. Yeah, that's probably caught the outer part of the line. But last year we saw a lot of challenges where the linesman ruled in favor of Danes and they were overturned by Hawkeye. So hopefully they've sharpened up this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, he wants to be patient, but he also wants to be dangerous. And I think the later part of this first game, Viktor has been really well. And then Dan has, I thought he started out in a really good pace, but has not at all been able to maintain that. And Viktor has been in control of this match. And very interesting to see if he can keep it up.
Oh, look at that. That is magnificent. That's a dream shot.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if you call that a fast drop or a slow smash.
Well,
you Danes call it a stick shot, don't
and
you?
again, the placement more than the power.
Yeah. Oh, this is phenomenal. 10-point advantage now.
Yeah.
15-5.
Not a good period for Lindan here. I think he started out well and maybe tried to see if he could sort of up the pace in order to get control of the match, but hasn't been successful so far. So let's see if he's going to try the opposite.
Out. So it's over 16-6.
Oh. Yeah, and again, it's not full power, is it?
No. And had that come over, Viktor would have been there at the net. Look at this.
18-6.
Maybe not after all.
Service over.
Yeah, I was waiting there.
7-18.
Yeah, it really didn't have to be that tight, did it? Read the shot well. Ready and waiting, just needed to place it over and in, and it probably would have been the winner.
I think Lindan's shot was a little bit better than Viktor expected. A little bit more downwards.
Service over. 19-7.
Lost the first game. Was it the first game he lost yesterday against Huang?
Yes, it was, but it was close, 21-19.
Service over. 8-19.
Great judgment again.
Interesting to see how I'm pretty sure drift affects the second game.
12 game point opportunities here for the 21-year-old Viktor Axelsen. game in just 15 minutes. 21-8 in favour of the number 6 seed from Denmark.
And in some ways, this was. Yeah, let's hear what the coach is saying.
I min baggrund som ikke når ind og bare spille den lige, fordi den lurer ham på nu.
Ja, den kommer han til at lure og vil lave temposkifter derefter. Ja.
Er det ikke rigtigt?
Jo, jeg er enig. Samme udgangspunkt, det er, du ligger og lurer omkring servesituationen.
Ja.
Men det samme, der ikke er mere i den, så bliver du skærpet, når du spiller den første opad og ser, hvad er det, han vil med den her duel.
Ja, så jeg spiller baggrunden.
Ja. Men snærten af den der offensive skal være der hele tiden.
Jeg kan se, det er hans forspænding sådan.
Ja, godt.
Ja. Det er ham, der bliver op, jo.
Ja. Men tålmodighed, variation med i angrebet.
Ja. Ja, stille og roligt. Jeg behøver ikke nakken. Altså, jeg behøver ikke lave lækre slag hele tiden bare.
Nej, men altså, det skal have den der konstant, at det er hårdt, og du bare tør at blive ved med at bruge variationerne.
Ja.
Nej?
Hele tiden, og lige meget, hvad fanden der sker nu.
Ja.
Så arbejde.
Ja, men det her, det er stabbing-investering.
Ja.
Okay? Ja, lige A0. 2 nye sæt.
Ja.
Det er det, der er i hovedet.
Ja, der er en 10 minutter. Og så.
Ja. Ja.
120 seconds. 120 seconds.
Okay, well, as we noticed yesterday, the first one to speak really was Viktor Axelsen. So once again, the coach is, I think, asking him what he felt. Was that right?
Yeah, and I think that was the way I saw it. The most important thing, Viktor said, I got to be a little bit careful now with the straight smash from around the head side because Lindan is alert to that. And I totally agree about that. The other stuff was a little bit about how to approach the second game here. I think the most important thing is to sort of emphasize and encourage him. He's playing way better than Lindan today. And this first game was, in some ways, the right finish of the 11-3 lead from Japan.
Yeah.
This was how big the difference was in Japan.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out that Lindan can win this match as well because he's done that numerous times. But that's up to Viktor now. That's out, yeah. But there's no reason whatsoever to be afraid. The one who's actually should be a little bit afraid is Lindan because this could get ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the unknown factor. I think Viktor is playing with the drift right now. He's not able to push his shots to the baseline as he did in the first game. So will that give Lindan a chance to come back?
Yeah. Yeah, that was concerning you, the effect of that little bit of a drift right at the end of that first game,
and
wasn't
if
it?
there is that drift, then he needs to change tactic and simply fire away on everything and out attack Lindan like this.
Yeah.
And of course, Lindan should try and push Viktor to the baseline, flat pushes, control the front court, and challenge Viktor to get the correct length on his shot to the back court.
Unbelievable. That is what you call a perfect net shot. Record arm outstretched, hit the top of the tape, trickled over.
Well played.
Yeah.
Well played. And the length on Viktor's shot to the backcourt is inconsistent at best. That's a good length.
Rough. Oh, but that's a wild, uncharacteristic shot from Lindan, isn't it? And that, to me, shows that he's worried.
Yeah. That's a possibility.
Yeah. It's gone long.
Yeah, but a good rally for Lindan because unless the coaches are very, and Viktor himself, of course, is very, very alert to this, that he can afford to make a few mistakes on the baseline, but he can't afford to play short and lose his confidence in the game.
Yeah.
Now we can see Lindan taking it more slowly, trying to sort of stay in the game, trying not to lose the game. Stay in it and see if the chances occur exactly like he did in Japan Open. That's wide.
Yeah. You know, the last couple of rallies, Steen, you know, I've been thinking about what the Danish commentators were saying in during the Japan Open.
And right now they're right.
And they're right again, aren't they?
Yeah. So right now he's running more than Viktor is, but he's not. It's not going to stay that way unless Viktor gets a good lead here. If he keeps hanging on, there's a good chance that he will be able to direct it. But that's well played. That's very short backhand from Lindan. And he simply can't afford that.
7-3.
Crikey.
And the thing is now, Viktor has a little bit help from the drift.
Yeah.
So his attack will be a little bit faster, a little bit quicker onto Lindan's side than in the first game.
No, he could have left that, couldn't he?
Yeah, that's well placed because it's variation.
Yeah.
It's so important.
Yep.
Maybe Lindan is looking to go down 3-11. His lucky numbers. Well played.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, when you see him play a rally like that, it's just glorious to watch, isn't it?
9.
Oh. But in all honesty, Steen, that's one of the rare occasions in this quarterfinal that Lindan really has sent Viktor Axelsen in the wrong direction and got him off balance.
Yeah. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen on the road up to the Olympics and at the Olympics, because at the Olympics, Lindan has an advantage. He has 2 golds back home in the draw.
Yeah.
But if he is to sort of make use of that, he needs to play better.
Yeah.
He needs to stop losing games to a number of players, and he needs to be more consistent, have a better touch, play at a higher speed. Is that possible? Yes, it is. Is it likely? I don't know about that, because I think maybe we have the same situation back in China as we discussed with Momota, Kenichitago. That I think Lindan is getting beaten by Chen Long in practice.
Yes.
I can't see Lindan beating Chen Long at the moment.
No.
And self-confidence suffers if you lose matches in practice.
Oh, look at that again. And this young man from the host city, Odense, is on fire at the moment, hitting winners at will.
Flotte temposkift efter de lange dueller. Igen, samme tålmodighed, samme overskud i forhold til de valg, du træffer. Godt, at du spiller bagbanen, så bliver der plads på forbanen. Jeg forventer, at han prøver det sidste push, hvor han prøver at sætte en max diff op. Bare have roen på at spille videre og netop gør det hårdt for jer begge.
Gør det hårdt for ham?
Ja. Okay.
There was much more there from Kenneth Jonassen.
Yeah, reinforcement of the things that has gone well so far, and also a little bit that they're expecting that Lindan will try a last push here and try to set up a really good defense and so on. So he must be ready for that and make it hard for him. Emphasizing the importance that Viktor is playing the back court instead of using the front court too much.
Well, the shot was deflected by the net cord, but I have to say, I think that's 3 cross-court smashes from that deep forehand corner in probably the last 6 rallies, or 7 rallies. And each one of them has been a winner.
Yeah, and now, from Viktor's perspective, he needs a little bit of variation. What about the body smash? We haven't seen that at all, but that's also very efficient. Mogensen has shown that when he's playing Lindan.
Yeah.
In many ways, I think it's about Viktor realizing that right now he's just much, much better than Lindan.
Yeah, there was the cross court again. You're right, needs more variation. Yeah. Well, right now, the 2-time Olympic champion looks at a loss as to what to try and do next. And Viktor Axelsen, I have to say, is just oozing confidence with every shuttle he strikes.
Yeah.
We thought he was playing well yesterday. Crikey, I think this is even better. Yeah, well taken.
And this is what, from a Danish perspective, I hope, from a badminton lover's perspective, I feared that this is about to get ugly for Lindan, because he's simply not up to this.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is glorious.
And of course, there'll be speculations now that, well, Lin Dan was about to meet Chen Long in the semi-final and he doesn't want to do that and so on. Well, that might be possible, but I don't think he's sort of aiming to get like 8 and 8 in the quarterfinal in the Premier Series against a young player.
Yeah. And that sudden injection of pace in his movement. Movements and shots like that that's really defined the man over the years.
Yeah, and it looks so good in the beginning, the pace that he came out with. But yeah, credit to Viktor for just following suit.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah. And what an interesting match we have waiting for us tomorrow.
Yes, the way Viktor Axelsen is playing at the moment. There's Chou runs up.
Oi! What a fantastic save.
And what a way to bring up match point opportunity. Goodness me, look at this. How on earth did Lin Dan get that back? But it is match points galore for Viktor Axelsen. Goodness me. Well.
7-20.
Axelsen has destroyed the two-time Olympic champion Lin Dan. 21-8, 21-7. 33 minutes. And the celebrations for the 21-year-old Dane. That was incredible. Well, his incredible year goes on. 4 finals this year, 3 of them Super Series. It's not just the victory, it's the manner of the victory. Over the 5-time world champion, 2-time Olympic champion. I use the word destroyed. I don't think that's an overstatement at all. Incredible. Their confirmation that Viktor Axelsen will contest the semi-final tomorrow against the world champion, Chen Long. Chen Long, of course, the defending champion here as well. Well, that is extraordinary, isn't it? Seeing it in print like that. 21-8, 21-7. Viktor Axelsen, probably the match of his life so far. Well, next up, we've got women's singles and the 5-time finalist here, Wang Yihan. Of course, she's won the title on 2 previous occasions, up against the 2-time World Championship bronze medalist, Pusala Venkata Sindhu of India. Well, the women's singles destination Dubai ranking at the moment, the top 2 players there swapping places after the Korean Open because Carolina Marin didn't go to Seoul and Wang Shixian reached the semi-final. Of course, Wang Yihan was the beaten finalist in Seoul and moved up from 5 to number 3. And Sung Ji-hyun has entered the top 10, having won her home event for a second time, up from 13 to number 10. Well, Carolina Marin, the 2-time world champion and winner of 3 Super Series events this year, is already through to the semi-final here, as indeed is the defending champion, and that is Li Shuirui. And the winner of the last Super Series event, Sung Ji-hyun, she's also through. So this match we're about to witness will be deciding the last semi-final berth in the women's singles tomorrow.
From Indonesia, Tommy Sugiharto. And he is facing the world number 2.
Well, the city of Odense, best known as the birthplace of Hans Christian Andersen, world famous author of fairy tales, children's stories, but there's an awful lot more to do here. Of course, I've been to see Hans Christian Andersen's house, but it's a magnificent ancient city, wonderful old buildings and walking street and square, lovely cathedral too. I came here when I was a child, Tien, on my holidays.
Yeah, very nice city.
When I was about 7 or 8, yeah. Wonderful time I had. And a couple of years ago because this is the 9th consecutive time that Odense has hosted the Denmark Open. A couple of years ago, I had some time off and I went to see the working farm, the ancient farm, just outside the main city centre, and went back to Hans Christian Andersen's house and relived all my childhood memories. It was wonderful. Here we go. Here comes the women's singles players. Wang Yihan, the number 6 seed, 27-year-old from Shanghai.
From India, PV Sindhu.
Pusala Venkata Sindhu, 20-year-old from Secunderabad, but now lives in Hyderabad. Tall player. First player from India to win a World Championship medal in the women's singles discipline. 2 bronze medals, in fact, now. Klaus Schlieben, our umpire for this one. And of course, PV Sindhu missed a fair chunk of the early season this year because of the stress fracture to the left foot, out for 6 weeks. Had to withdraw from 3 tournaments, including the All England and the Singapore Super Series as well. But she's had a good tournament so far, I have to say. But for Wang Yihan, well, 5 finals here in the last 6 years. Won the title in 2010, beating the qualifier Liu Xin, and then won the title again in 2013, beating Sung Ji-hyung. Number 7 in the world ranking. She has been as high as 118 weeks as world number 1. World champion in 2011, Olympic silver medalist. And she had a real battle, as you can see, in the opening round. In fact, she did have 2 match points to win in 2 straight games, but as you can see, was taking the full distance. And yesterday beat the beaten finalist from the Indonesian Premier Super Series event, Yui Hashimoto of Japan, and looked very good in that victory. So to Pusala Venkata Sindhu, 13 in the world ranking, has had a total of 17 weeks as number 9. And this is her 2nd consecutive quarterfinal here at the Denmark Open. Last year she had a thrilling match, don't know if you remember it, Steen, against Sung Ji-hyung, 25-23, 22-20. I really enjoyed that match. Well, you can see in the 2nd round, she beat Tai Su-ying this year. Tai Su-ying being the number 3 seed, and she beat her in 2 straight games, having already beaten Maria Phoebe Kusumastuti of Indonesia in the 1st round. So both of her matches a little over half an hour to get through to this quarter-final, and that's an indication that she really is playing extremely well. So 2 players playing well. Always sets up an intriguing prospect. 6th meeting between these 2 players, as you can see. Last meeting won by Wang Yihan. In fact, she's won the last 3 meetings. And that was in the last 32 first round of the Australian Super Series. 3 games, as you saw. That was an hour and 12 minutes before Wang Yihan, having saved a match point at 19-20 in that deciding game, eventually won 25-23. There's Klaus Schlieben of Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Wang Yihan, China. On my left, PV Sindhu, India. Wang Yihan to serve. Level play.
So the former champion, the 5-time finalist here, Wang Yihan, getting this quarterfinal underway.
Service over. One. Love.
Yeah. Interesting to see how far Sindhu has gotten back to her normal form, and what can she do against Wang Yihan, who's obviously feeling very well here in the Odense Sports Park. Not a lot of wind, little drift from Wang Yihan towards PV Sindhu. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Sindhu were to win this match.
No. And your philosophy behind that?
I think she's hungry.
Yes.
She's hungry for a good performance. And Wang Yihan, she's, as usual, quite heavily strapped around her right knee and thigh. And she knows what's waiting in the semi-final, namely Carolina Marin, and if there's a player that Wang Yihan has had trouble with, that's Carolina Marin. So her motivation might not be exactly as high as PV Sindhu. Of course, it's not something that you consciously think about when you're in the on the court, but I think it might be back there in the back of your head.
Well, service over.
And this is one of the predictions that could go awfully wrong with the big victory for Wang Yihan. So I've sort of taken both sides now, haven't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. I mean, she is heavily strapped on both legs. In fact, I think Wang Yihan, I think I saw a bit of strapping on her left leg as well. But I thought yesterday, I didn't see all of her match with intensity, but I did have a little glimpse of it, and I thought she was moving better than I'd seen her for a while, Wang Yihan.
And she's been totally dominant in the 4 games that she's won.
Yeah.
Only the 2022 game against Biao from Korea, who is a very good player.
Yeah.
Was more than 13 points, and we saw Yu Hashimoto play extremely well in Indonesia, so that's a good player as well.
Service over. 2-4.
Well, of course, PV Sindhu, as we saw from the head-to-head, the previous matches between these two players, has won on one occasion, and that, of course, was in the last 16 of the 2013 World Championships. And PV Sindhu won in 2 straight games.
Yeah.
So it's not only having the belief that you can win, you have the knowledge.
You know that you can win, and after these World Championships, I think the amount of pressure on Sindhu grew to an almost unbearable level, and she wasn't able to sort of repeat the performance from the 2013 World Championships. But then she, in 2014, again repeated that with another bronze medal. And got injured, stress fracture from perhaps a lot of training, definitely a lot of training. So the matches where she's lost in between that 2013 World Championship, I don't think she's been at her best. And that's why I feel that she's moving forward now towards her best form, and I could see this as an opportunity for her to create an upset.
Yeah. Do you think perhaps, you know, you talk about how the pressure may have got a little bit unbearable at one stage, and do you think perhaps that because Saina Nehwal, fellow Indian player, because she's become world #1, she's been in the final of the All England Championships this year, final of the World Championships as well, that silver medal in Jakarta, all the focus, all the media attention has been on Saina Nehwal.
Gone back to her.
And therefore, it's given her a bit of, PV Sindhu, a bit of freedom and shelter from the media glare.
Yeah, together with the sort of not so strong results.
Yeah.
So she's sort of experienced the first climb to the top of the world, and then the draw-off period where nothing really works.
Yeah.
And I think when she won the bronze in Denmark, it was a bronze that was won from less than 100% of PV Sindhu.
Yeah. That's interesting.
I think here she's a really good player in my opinion, and she retrieves a lot of shots. And if she can get a defense going that can withstand the attack of Wang Yihan and the patient, sharp shots from Wang Yihan, then it will put some pressure on the Chinese on the physical part of the game, I think.
Yeah.
Service over.
Well, I can remember a couple of years ago talking to Morten Frost about PV Sindhu. And he mentioned the defensive play, and he also mentioned net play.
Yeah.
And I think she's really worked on that net play. I think she's improved a lot. It could still get better, but you've got to give credit where credit's due. I think she's worked on it, she's improved, and I think she's also been working on her defense.
I think when she first came forward, she intimidated the opponents by getting a lot of shots back.
Yeah.
And she was lacking a little bit in perhaps technical skills and the ability to control rallies, and of course we know that she's coached by Gopi-chan, who's one of the brightest brains in coaching, so he's spotted that, and they've definitely been working on that. And when you have a stress fracture, I mean, you get time to work on the details.
Yes.
Where you don't have to move as much.
Oh, that's nice.
Service over, 11-5, interval.
So a 6-point advantage for PV Sindhu at the mid-game interval here in the opening game. I think that PV Sindhu's legs look stronger.
Yeah.
I mean, when she first came on the scene and she was 16, 17, you know, she didn't have the power in her legs to be able to lunge out wide, to play those defensive shots or lunge forward to the net and keep the body under control, the torso, and reach out. And I think the physical strength of her legs has helped her movement as well.
When she first came forward, she reminded me of an adventure by Hans Christian Andersen. It's a little girl selling matchsticks, and her legs were really, really skinny back then. And I think she's a player that we have to take into consideration in the next many years. She's number 13 on the world ranking, and that could, of course, put some pressure on her, but it's still a long way to the deadline. So I think it's just another motivation that, hey, I got to make sure that I'm within top 16 so I can qualify for the Olympics together with Saina Nehwal.
Yeah.
Service over.
So for singles players to get 2 into the Olympic Games, they've both got to be in the top 16.
I think, yeah.
In doubles, they've both got to be in the top 8.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. And that's on the real world ranking list. You operate as well with a sort of cleaned world ranking where if there, for instance, is 3 Chinese amongst the top 8, then only the 2 of them are eligible. So you have sort of a shadow ranking list for the Olympics where you can see how many nations actually are going to be represented at the Olympics. 33 spots initially in the 2 singles categories and 16 in doubles.
Most successful women's singles player, Wang Yihan, in the history of the Super Series. 20 Super Series titles to her name.
9, 12.
Oh, look at that, that's beautiful.
Service over.
Lovely skill, lovely touch.
13-9.
Yeah, now that, to me, that shot from PV Sindhu was like the variation that you were so complimentary about with Viktor Axelsen.
Yeah.
sometimes do the unusual.
Exactly, and be ready to run the long distance, because if Wang Yihan saves that one, it's a long run for Sindhu to the short forehand corner. But you gotta accept those long runs there in order to prevent your opponent from reading your game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
16-9.
Well played. Well played
Yeah.
by Wang Yihan.
Service over.
Making her opponent.
That one,
Yeah.
the shot that goes to that forehand corner, sets this one up.
10-16.
Yeah, so much. Make your opponents twist and turn, push them to their back, bring them forward.
Yeah, and I think it's really important against Sindhu is that you use a little bit of deception.
Yeah.
Service over. 17-10.
Yeah, full stretch again.
It's wide.
18-10.
Yeah, she's taking that so well now. She really is. That's a perfect example of how she's really improved her net play.
Yeah.
And an awful lot of it is about that lunge forward, keeping her body under control, which means that the racket arm is under control, taking the shuttle early. It's a super shot now.
Fault. Service over. 11-19.
Yeah, good judgment. Game point opportunities. 9 of them to be precise. That's landed on the line. I thought that was going to go wide to start with. Bit of a sideways drift, perhaps.
Yeah, I think actually there is perhaps a little bit going right to left. Of course, this is a small venue, but there's open doors for TV cables and everything. People going in and out.
Yeah.
That's why.
Oh, this is a good little spell from Wang Yihan, but surely too little too late.
At least for the first game here, but it's important to get some confidence and get some ideas on how to score.
Pushed it wide. Well. 4 game points saved. Look at that net shot, that's good. Oh my goodness, that's not so good.
She seems a little bit eager to get that match point here. Game point.
Yeah.
And of course, it's about time to take it in order to prevent and sort of all out nervousness.
Gone long. Well, there's me gaily saying too little too late.
Yeah.
9 game points down.
Shutter. Okay, wait.
Well, PV Sindhu asking for the shuttle to be changed. Wang Yihan saying no, it's fine, and the umpire agreeing with Wang Yihan.
And everybody's happy. Because
gone wide.
You get that little
18.
break
20.
while discussing.
7 game points have come and gone. And PV Sindhu, to me, is visibly nervous now.
Yeah.
It's almost that panic setting in. Can't possibly lose this, can I? Good rally.
And that defense is going to earn her some points later on. That will go down in the statistics as unprovoked errors, unforced errors. Will it also earn her the first game?
Yeah, this time 21-18. My goodness, she'll be relieved about that. But it just shows why it's always worth fighting, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
And it's a different feeling that she comes over to the second game with, both regarding Wang Yihan. She'd be a little bit more confident, and Sindhu a little bit more worried.
Yeah, exactly. 20 minutes and 21-18.
球人嘛，你说这边是顶的很不错，不管是往前还是哪边，我就感觉一直在追着跑。其实打的时候不能是顺着出去，不能顺着。他稍微不顺着，后面有一个，他好像有点打架了。关键是你要不蹦顶他，你软，那就很难受。后面打的不错，来吧，好啊，那个。
थोड़ी सी अभी थोड़ा सर्कल फास्ट है अभी जो है ना लेकिन हाँ कर रही है
You have to work hard. Like the last point, you have to work every point from the beginning. You can't get easy points. You thought forehand is weak, अभी वो सब नहीं चलेगा. You have to work hard for everything. Either good shots you have to take. You have to come and attack now. If the shuttle is fast, you have to attack. You have to work very. Nothing is going to
टॉस
come
भी
easy.
लेटक्शन टॉसेस वो फंस रही है लेकिन जैसे अभी तूने करा ना रैली उसके बाद मिला तब मारी है ऐसे ही पेशेंस रखे ठीक है ना बट डोंट बी ऑब्वियस कि तू यहाँ से कहीं क्रॉस 2-3 नो जब दिख रहा है ऊपर से यहाँ पे भी मार या रख भी और सिंपल रख साइड लाइन पे इतनी जाने की जरूरत नहीं है रखने में रिसीविंग में सिंपल रख दे
And in the beginning, now you have to show that you are in the match.
Yes.
Good rallies, hard rallies, whatever she plays, you are going to play. You have to go harder and little bit sometimes. But just keep it down. Keep it down.
ये इधर से स्पेशली ना मैंने अब पुशिंग गिविंग टाइम देन बी रेडी फॉर हर दिस एंड हाफ स्मैश ये इधर तो रेडी रहे तूने अभी बड़ा अच्छा रिसीव करा दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग इट वाज अमेजिंग यू नो दैट काइंड ऑफ दैट स्टिक देयर समटाइम्स रैलीज जब मिले तो डोंट गेट एक्साइटेड टू हिट दोस खच नो आराम से ठीक है ना शुरू से आराम से लेट एक्शन प्रोसेस ऐसे ही ठीक है समटाइम्स ही नॉट ओनली
Well, the two Indian coaches, Pullela Gopichan and Madhumita Bish. And Gopichan say you've got to work hard for every single point and really show from the start.
But I'm not sure it's Gopichan. We only saw him from the back, but I think it looks like Arvind Bhatt.
You're right, it is. Now, Madhu was saying something about watch on when you're defending for the half smash across court down your backhand side
and then straight smash.
Yeah.
And of course you need to cover them, but it's difficult.
Yeah.
Really difficult.
Yeah.
From China, Su
Do you know, I saw Arvind back coaching the other day. And because it's only a year ago, 2 years ago, that he was in the final of the German Open, wasn't it? And I didn't realise he'd taken up a coaching role.
Still facing world number 7.
Lovely to see him anyway. Charming young man.
Yonex Chinese Taipei Open.
And there's no doubt about this is going to benefit Indian badminton for many, many years to come. That there's been so many good players sort of nursed, brought forward by Pullela Gopichan. Now they're going to play, they're going to have their career, and when they finish their career, some of them are going to go into coaching and start spreading it to an even bigger area in India and more academies and so on. So they're going to be a superpower.
Yes, and I've just been reading in the Indian newspapers that Gopichan has opened a second academy in Hyderabad.
Yeah.
And this time it's even bigger.
Yeah.
It's got 9 courts instead of 8 courts. Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's really close to the Gachibowli stadium.
Yeah.
Where the World Championship was played in 2009. Of course, so quite a population to service.
Yeah, there they are. There's the 2 coaches. Madhu. Yes, and badminton is now so popular in India, isn't it? Over a year ago, I was reading that it's the second highest participation sport in India behind cricket.
Yeah. We had a future scientist, I think 10 years ago, visiting the Danish Sports Council, and he was predicting this, that badminton would be really, really great in China, of course, and in India, because it's a participation sport. So it will be able to sort of challenge the very economically heavy sports like NBA and cricket and baseball. Perhaps not challenge it or take over, but they could coexist.
Yeah. Oh, this is a marvellous start, isn't it? Again, by PV Sindhu.
And that was what the coaches told her as well. You got to be there from the beginning. You got to work hard to show that you're in the rally.
Yeah.
7-1.
I just missed it.
Service over. 2-7.
Oh, that's beautiful. What a super angle.
Yeah.
That emphasizes your point, doesn't it? You can look for it.
Yeah. But it's really hard to defend. And,
Yeah.
and she's a little bit too late on the drop shot. That Wang, it's a drop shot from Wang Yihan that sets it up. And I think it's a really good combination against Sindhu. Could come back in the next rally here. I think the nervousness that we saw in the end of the first game sort of tells a story that she's on her way back, but she's not really sure where she stands.
Yeah.
Sindhu, she feared that. Oh, I want to get that now. I want to get that single point. And what Ahmad was emphasizing, you still need to play the same way that has gotten you to 20. You cannot start playing in another way in order to get the last point. Well, at least China will have one semi-finalist in the women's single.
Yeah.
No matter what happens in this match, because Chou has already qualified. But it hasn't been the year of Chinese women's single.
No. Oh, that's well taken.
Service over. 4-9.
Look at that net shot. Yeah, really emphasizing why you need to get that racket arm out, take it as early as possible. Oh, she's done it again. This time she's got it back. Well, having done the good work, that final shot from the former world champion was a little sloppy. Look at that lovely, lovely angle. Oh, that's way in.
That was a hoper.
Yes. Yeah, in badminton terms, that wasn't close, was it? Hideous misjudgment. Oh, well taken.
Very, very good point from
11-5 interval.
Sindhu. Great read.
Well, same scoreline as the opening game at the big game interval. 11-5.
Your legs should be ready. कई बार बैकहैंड में मारे ना पूरा वहाँ पे क्रॉस घुमा स्ट्रेट ऐसे ठीक है ना ठीक है ना
that's what she's only capable. She can't play high speed. She just cannot play high speed. Play high speed, one cross here, one cross there. Don't give it repeat and hit
Yes.
it down. Put it down.
And वो मारेगी and हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है बीच में तू टॉस भी मार रही है थोड़ा हल्के हाथ से इट्स वेरी गुड एंड वो मारे ना जितना अगर हो
6-11.
Oh, that's a great
good.
shot. Very good deception. There was a lot of communication on both sides during the interval here. Because I wasn't able to pick up anything on the Chinese side, and there was some a lot of the stuff on the Indian side that I couldn't really hear either. But I was just noticing that there was an awful lot of communication, and I hope most of it was reinforcements.
Yeah.
Because from an Indian perspective, everything's going well.
Pretty well, isn't it? Yeah.
Service over. 7-13.
Yeah, because you don't really want to overcomplicate things for a player that's in a good position anyway. You
No.
just want them to continue doing
Yeah,
what they're
yeah.
doing. If your opponent
And you don't
then
want-
changes things and you've got to react to it, that's
Yes.
different.
Yeah, and it's always a discussion with yourself. How much should I perhaps trick this by talking about it? And with one game already in the bag, I don't think you should talk too much about it. And there's a very clever motto, I think it's called in badminton: get your head out of your body's way. You've been practicing for so many years doing this, so your body knows what to do. Sometimes your head interferes with it because they get all kinds of fantasies of what might be happening.
Yeah.
What if I lose when I'm 20-12 ahead in the first game? Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
And if you don't think about it too much, it won't happen
Yeah.
more than it normally would. I mean, sometimes you would, but it's very, very seldom it happens. If you think too much about it, it's going to happen more often.
14-8.
Excellent control from Wang Yihan. I think some of the things that I could deduct from the Indian coaching was that they picked up on the fact that Wang Yihan is playing a lot from one side to another.
That's nice. Good rally.
And look, yeah, that's well played.
Yeah.
Look how many times when Wang Yihan is crossing, that Sindhu is just playing straight back. It was a tactic that I think the Chinese used against Tien a number of years ago, playing her cross a lot and expecting her to play straight back, which she did, because it's the normal response to that.
Yeah.
But you simply have to cross back if you can. At any chance, you need to cross back so that, again, get variation in your game. Oh.
Yeah.
Service over. 15-10.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
11, 15.
Beautiful punch clear, just inside that back line. Attacking clear, played with disguise. Yeah, as soon as you take it late in those deep corners, hands the initiative to your opponent.
Service over. 12, 16.
Yeah, good judgment, just long.
13, 16.
She has a very good work ethic, does Wang Yihan, doesn't she? Fine, natural athlete.
Yeah.
But I don't think necessarily has the repertoire of shots of the Olympic champion, Liu Shuirui.
No, I was just thinking about the same thing. The Chinese team have to select 2 out of the 3 top women's singles, and the way the knee of Wang Yihan, the right knee, looks right now, would you select her? Is she going to be a factor in the Olympics? But then again, she's quite experienced.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I would select Liu Shuirui. She's the reigning Olympic champion, and that sort of gives her an advantage. But we also saw in Beijing, we saw Zhang Ning not playing that well throughout the qualification period, struggling all the time, but came back, used all her experience to retain the title and win it on home soil. So I don't know if we should rule Wang Yihan out, but she's been, the last 2 times she's been playing Carolina Marin, she's been whitewashed.
Yeah.
And that's
a concern.
That's a concern, yeah, exactly.
But the alternative, Wang Shexian, I think Wang Shexian is vulnerable to quite a few players.
Yeah.
Well, that's all hypothetical at the moment as far as the players are concerned. This, I think, for all the players, you were talking about it earlier today, weren't you, Steen, about the sort of internal fighting for Olympic positions. And I think as far as Wang Yihan is concerned, she knows this is crucial to send a message to the head coaches.
Yeah.
I'm still in there. I've got to win this. I want to do well in this tournament again.
And sometimes the Olympic qualification simply takes up too big a spot in the player's head, in my opinion.
I agree.
Everything is about the Olympic qualification. I mean, what about the year that you try to qualify for the Olympics? Don't you want to win there? Don't you want to win tournaments? Don't you want to win on a long-term basis after the Olympics? And I think, of course, it's important, but if you overdo it, that's going to be really, really tough on yourself.
Yeah.
I think the best way to do it is simply to try to improve as much as possible, and then see. Normally, things come naturally after that.
Well, this is the thing. It's like you know, sports people chasing money and their motivation. If you're winning the tournament, you're going to be earning the biggest prize money anyway.
Exactly.
It's a byproduct.
Yeah.
So your world ranking is a byproduct of you trying to win the tournament and win it every match and therefore win the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Get the focus right. Get the whole point of this right. Always looking to improve.
Yeah, and we've seen so many players being like nervous wrecks during the qualification period. What about enjoying that you're able to do what you love for a year?
Exactly.
Instead of sort of seeing it as an ordeal.
Yeah. Good rally. Gone long.
Yeah.
17, 19.
It's a very exciting situation now here because it will be the Mogensen. Oh.
Yeah, the umpire's having a word with the players. Not so much wandering around in between rallies, says Klaus Schleben. Yeah. Play must be continuous.
They're facing runner-ups at the Star Australian Open 2015 from China, Chen.
That's well played.
Yeah.
I like the net shot from Wang Yihan.
Umpire Axelsen down. Series judge is
Well, once again, PV Sindhu saying, I want the shuttle changed.
Yeah,
Wang Yihan saying no.
And her gesture was like, it was a challenge. I thought, what? But it was that she wanted the shuttle changed.
Just 1 point in it now.
Yeah.
Oh, back level.
That's a big miss.
Yeah.
19, all.
4 straight points. And this is where it plays on the mind of PV Sindhu.
Yeah. It would be a good result for her to win this match. Oh, that's wide. How lucky is that?
Yeah. Match point opportunity. That error from Wang Yihan gifts the match point opportunity to PV Sindhu.
Just so beautiful to see when you have trouble scoring yourself that the opponent makes a point for you.
Yeah. She's done it. Another error from Wang Yihan. And a little skip and squeal of joy from Kusala Venkata Sindhu. 21-18, 21-19 confirms our umpire. And that is a very, very good victory indeed for the tall Indian player. "45 minutes, and she's through to her first Super Series semi-final of the year. Only her third Super Series semi-final in total. 21-18, 21-19. So just one more quarterfinal to come, and it features the former champions and home players Mathias and Carsten Mogensen, number 4 seeds this year, up against Biao and Huang. As far as the destination Dubai rankings are concerned, with the men's doubles with Yaqiong and Yaqiong, having been in 4 finals this year, winning 3 of the titles, including the last 2 Super Series events. 2 titles in 2 weeks, the Japan Super Series and then their home event, the Korean as well. Huang and Zhang Nan moved up a place, swapped places with the Japanese pair of Endo and Hawakawa, because Huang and Zhang Nan were semi-finalists in Seoul. In fact, they're the defending champions here, aren't they? They won the title a year ago when unseeded. Biao and Mogensen moved up 2 places from number 7 to number 5. And so this should be a good match.
Men's doubles, please welcome world number 6 and winner of the Yonex Sunrise Open from China, Biao and Huang.
Well, we can see that the top half of the draw, it's been decided. The 2013 winners, the world number 1s, Liliyana and Yaqiong, safely through. So too the number 3 seeds this year, the defending champions, Huang and Zhang Nan. Bottom half of the draw yet to be decided. But I can tell you that the other quarterfinal is already on court with the European champions, Sozonov and Ivanov. But here are the former European champions, Mathias and Carsten Mogensen, Olympics silver medalists, World Championships silver medalists. Won a gold medal this year in the first ever European Games in Baku in Azerbaijan. Beat the current European champions, Vladimir Ivanov and Ivan Sozonov, in the final of the European Games. And we certainly hope European Games grow into the sort of status of the Asian Games, the Pan American Games, the African Games. Well, it's not often that Biao and Mogensen seem to have opponents that are both taller than they are. That looks to be the case here with Biao and Huang, both very tall athletes. So Mathias, the oldest man on court at the age of 35. His partner Carsten Mogensen, 32. There he is, 35-year-old, born here in the city of Odense. Carsten Mogensen, who's recently become a father, baby boy. And he's very excited and proud dad too, and so he should be. Chinese pair, Huang, 26, 12 days ago. Biao, 25, 6 days ago. Both of them birthdays in this month, October. Number 6 in the world ranking, that's not the highest they've ever been. They have been as high as 3, 5 weeks at number 3. We saw from their destination Dubai ranking that they're down 1 place to number 6. Second consecutive quarterfinal here at the Denmark Open. Who did they lose to last year in the Denmark Open quarterfinal? Their opponents of today. But they had a good win, didn't they, yesterday against the beaten finalists from the Korean Super Series event, Kim Ji-jung and Kim Sa-rang, having to come back from dropping the opening game, and coming back strongly in the decider, 21-16. So to the number 4 seeds from Denmark, a left-handed Mathias and his partner Carsten Mogensen. Mathias been in 3 finals, not just the 2 finals with Carsten Mogensen. They won the title in 2010, having been beaten finalists the year prior to that. They are number 4 in the world ranking. They have been number 1, 62 weeks as world number 1s. 3 titles this year from 9 tournaments played. European Games being one of them, and the All England Championships, the Super Series, and the Side Modi Grand Prix Gold. Well, let me tell you about that first round match against Govi Shem and Yaqiong. They had to save 2 match points in that third and deciding game. Came from 18-20 down to win 22-20 on a run of 4 straight points. And then in the second round yesterday, beat the winners of the Singapore Super Series event, Angga Pratama and Riki Suwadi of Indonesia. This will be the 5th beating between the two, as you can see. Last time they met was in the quarterfinal of the French Super Series last year, 2014. 3 games on that occasion. In fact, of the previous 4 matches, 3 times it has gone the full distance. So our umpire for this one, Eddie Rufianto of Indonesia, and Wolfgang Lund from France, the service judge. Comes from a sporting family, does Hong Wei. Both his parents professional basketball players. Chou Biao first made his name winning the World Junior Mixed Doubles a gold medal back in 2008. Beat a certain Zhang Nan in the final of those World Junior Mixed Doubles Championships. Now, of course, as if we didn't know, Zhang Nan gone on to win world and Olympic titles in the mixed doubles with Zhao Yunlei.
He started a partnership with Biao Zhang Nan in the men's doubles.
Absolutely.
Played actually very good men's doubles together.
Yep. In fact, won the China Masters Super Series event in 2012 together.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Mathias and Carsten Mogensen, Denmark. And on my left, Chai Biao and Hong Wei, China. Hong Wei to serve to Mathias Bo. Level, play.
So the men's doubles quarter-final. Number 4 seeds from Denmark against the number 6 seeds, Chai Biao and Hong Wei from China. Well, as far as the Danes are concerned, Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen trying to reach their 7th consecutive semi-final in their home event here, the Denmark Open. Well, we often talk about whether athletes rise to the occasion when they're playing on home soil, or whether they feel the pressure of the expectations from the fans and of themselves. Well, I think the Danes, you can safely say, they've always played well here, haven't they?
Yeah. They have,
1, 2.
They've had trouble, Bo and Mogensen, in the beginning against this pair, Chai Biao and Hong Wei. Lost the first 2 times against them, and before the 2 Chinese players formed this partnership, they actually felt that they had really good control when they were playing them in other partnerships. Suddenly, the 2 that they considered the weaker part in their former partnerships beat them, and it took a couple of matches to learn how to cope with that. And let's see how it goes here, because it hasn't been one of the best seasons yet for Bo and Mogensen, but there's an explanation to that. I mean, of course, Carsten Mogensen becoming a dad has sort of taken up a lot of his concentration and
emotional energy.
Emotional energy. Had to leave Indonesia Premier Series. They were not knocked out of the tournament. They simply had to give a walkover because he was on a plane back home where his wife was about to give birth, and then the preparations up to the Worlds, of course, being a newborn, being the dad of a newborn baby.
Yeah.
It takes time to sort of get used to that role. And after the Worlds, where they lost to a very well-playing Chinese pair, Liu and Chou, Bo fell ill.
Yeah.
The same disease as Mogensen, and pretty much got up from the hospital bed and went to Japan and performed at an amazing level compared to the preparation. So we shouldn't be too harsh on them.
No, and I mean, it went through my mind, as you said, that Bo and Mogensen hadn't had the best starts to the year. I mean, crikey, they've won 3 titles already, including the All England, one of the premier Super Series. There's an awful lot of players in World Badminton who would think that was a sensational year.
Yeah.
But they have set themselves very high standards, and because they've achieved so much, we, the fans, also expect them to deliver the whole time.
Exactly. And they're sort of really, really dangerous if they get past the second round of the tournament. So I wouldn't say that they're inconsistent. I would just say that they tend to play themselves into the arenas, and when they get a couple of matches and still are in the tournament, they're a very, very dangerous pair.
Yeah.
Play.
Yeah. Good combination play. One setting it up for the other.
Yeah. And as we were mentioning, Jill, in the pre-match talk, they're really tall, the 2 Chinese players, and also the other combination from China, Lu Kai and Liu Cheng, is a tall couple of guys, and that sort of kills the myth that went on for a number of years in Denmark, that in China you were only selected if you were sort of a model size for badminton. You could not be higher than that and not be shorter than another measurement and so on. So, and we've known that in the Badminton Association for a number of years, because we talked to the Chinese coaches, and they say, of course, we choose the players that can play badminton. And that's the beauty of this, that you can actually sort of compensate for your physical traits by being good at specific things. And we see that the Danes, they're tall players as well.
Yeah.
And they're really, really good in the service situation, amongst other things. And I think that's the beauty of badminton, that it's not one single skill that's deciding who's going to win.
There he is, watching Daddy play. I don't think he probably realises the enormity, but isn't that lovely?
Another Chou.
Table tennis player, wasn't she?
Very qualified table tennis player. And winner of Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, Strictly Come Dancing, we call it in the UK. Yeah.
I think I recall that the son was called Benjamin Noah, but I'm not 100%.
Play.
Not sure he's been christened yet.
that's nice defense.
Service over.
A chance to talk to Carsten Mogensen when we were out here Tuesday, and he told me that everything went well with his son. He was told that they were lucky because he was a very good sleeper, and I refrained from saying like father, the son. But yeah, that's always nice because it can be complicated sometimes to be new parents. Oh, that's wrong.
Yeah, so too is that, surely.
Yeah.
Oh, that is glorious.
Yeah.
What a super shot from Hong Wei.
And that's a little bit of a concern, perhaps for the Danes. We don't really know how well Mathias has recovered, because he's been ill for quite a while, and they weren't really able to establish what the diagnosis were. He got up from the sick bed and traveled to Japan and Korea, so he's probably not in that good of a shape right now because he's not been able to practice consistently.
Service over. 9-7.
Oh, that's a good play, isn't it?
And they're so strong in the fast-paced game, these two Chinese players, Chen and Huang, and if they can get the game going on those premises, they have a good chance of winning. The Danes, they know that, but sometimes they tend to forget it in the first game, and the coaches have to remind them, hey, remember what the plan is against these players here. But of course it will be...
Oh, service fault called. Oh, he certainly deceived Mathias Bo. Called above the waist. There's the clear hand signal. That means above the waist. Wolfgang Lund from France, our service judge.
Service over. 9-10.
I was really surprised that they were able to do so well in Japan, the two Danes, because when you're out of the practice hall for a while, it takes the feel away from the service situation. But apparently they managed very well. I think we've seen enough, Jill, to simply establish that there is a drift coming towards the camera. Got to be more careful lifting when you're playing on the side where Bo and Mogensen is standing right now.
Well, the advantage is with the home players, Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen, but it is just a one-point advantage.
Det er rigtig godt, som vi holder det hårdt for dem. Det skal vi blive ved med. Så når vi får de der oplagte, også nogle gange fra midtbanen, når vi har muligheden, så tryk med en lille maskering. Det behøver ikke være ret hårdt. Men det der, når vi lige går Palermo på den, eller rykker den en lille smule til sidst, det har de svært ved.
Ja, men de bliver altså heller ikke ved med at tage de der, vi er oppe og trykke på nettet.
Nej.
Og hvis de kan det, så er det også flot, ikke?
Jo, og så hold dem på Huang, fordi det kan godt være, at han tager dem, men han laver ikke noget med den. At vi bliver ved med at holde fast i den, ikke? En gang imellem se, om vi kan holde nettet lidt mere, hvis de laver en, sådan en god fætter, ikke? Ja, kom så, dreng. Godt med de drop der. Vi vil have dem med. Også gerne lidt flere cutter.
So what was Lars Uar saying there, Steen?
He was saying when they were pushing, or when they had the chance, then once in a while just push with a little bit of deception. And make it hard for the Chinese players. And Mathias Bo had a very good comment. He said, yeah, but when we're pushing from the net, they can't keep on saving those shots. If they can, then it's really, really good of them. And that's a very, very good way to think about it.
Yeah.
Instead of getting scared and saying, oh, we need to change things.
Yeah.
No, we just need to adjust a little bit and do it a little bit better, execute our own shots a little bit better.
Yeah.
And then leaving the court, he just told Bo that it would also be okay to make a few sliced smashes. Good defense.
I just want to go back to that point you made, Steen, about the fact that the Danes did so well in the September Super Series event semi-final in Korea, where they had an hour and 39 minutes against the world number ones Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung. And, you know, you said that it's surprising considering Bo had been so sick prior to that and hadn't been able to practice and so on. I remember back in 1992 here at the Denmark Open, a certain Darren Hall, in the men's singles English player, wasn't going to come to the tournament because he'd been sick. He ended up winning the title, beating Morten Frost in the final.
And
so, sometimes it just takes the pressure
away.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're just happy that you're not in the sickbed, that you're actually playing a tournament. And even more famous, the first Super Series ever played. Yep. Peter Gether won it. He got up. He was hospitalized for 2 days.
Yeah.
In Malaysia, got up and won the tournament.
Yeah.
And he wasn't used to winning tournaments at that time in his career. It was a bit late in his career, but we talked about that. Who of the coaches who should sort of knock him out on the next airplane flight to Asia, so we could hospitalize him for a couple of days, and then he would go on to win the tournament. And then again, when Bo and Mogensen, when they're playing 1 hour and 39 minutes, it's not 1 hour and 39 minutes of rallies.
No,
there's really good breaks in between that. So
yeah,
I would be surprised if there's 39 minutes of actual rallies. Probably around 25 minutes would be my guess.
Well, that was a good little run by the Danes, wasn't it? 5 straight points.
Yeah. That's why they're strong, the Chinese, when they can make these counter-attacks. That one's not good enough. Clever hit by Hong Wei, targeting Carsten Mogensen, who's on his way back from the net.
Yeah.
Service over. 16-13.
And I think that was important because they played so well with those run of 5 straight points and then a couple of sloppy rallies.
Yeah, so lost that one, then all the advantage would have been gone.
Yeah.
Excellent move by Mathias Bo.
He's wonderful coming forward, isn't he?
Yeah, look how quick he comes forward, and that puts pressure on Huang Wei. So it's not a totally unforced error. He knows that it has to be precise, otherwise Mathias Bo is there ready to kill it.
Yeah.
Play.
Oh, look at that. That is sensational. Yeah, and even a nod of approval from Zhang Jun.
Yeah. And on a number of occasions, we've seen the Danes pull through with one player not really playing up to his level, but the other one covering for him. Here, I think you see both players playing well.
Yeah.
Oh.
The curse of the commentator.
Jinxed the serve.
Yeah.
Ah, that was a terrible serve. Couldn't get the right feeling. His hands and fingers. And that was actually not that good either. That's a contradiction to what I said, because
but
you need to make these shots.
This is the point that I made just a moment ago, that they played so well to get the advantage, and then it's sloppy.
Yeah, but there is some points of equality comparing them to Asan and Sechawan.
Yeah.
They're really, really strong in the service situation, and some easy points can also sort of fall out of the basket.
Yeah.
15.
I'm pretty sure the two Chinese players, Huang Wei and Biao, Biao, they're taking shuttles that are long. They're not leaving them here on the back court. Judging from their foot position, I'm pretty sure they would have gone long. He's been dominant at the net. Mathias Bo.
4 game point opportunities for the number 4 seeds. Crikey, that's a good smash, isn't it? Pace and angle.
17-20.
A loud gasp from the crowd. They thought there was an opportunity there. Two game points have come and gone. Another 2 remain, though, for the former champions.
Play.
quick reaction by Huang.
Yeah. Oh, that's good too. And Chai Biao. 3 game points saved. Just one more opportunity. For Mogensen.
Yeah. A little bit of indecision by Bo. Sort of standing in a position where it's not obvious for Carsten Mogensen what he should cover. Leaves a big gap in the right corner.
Play.
Oh, you said he was sharp at the net, didn't you? Wang. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Utterly brilliant. Look at that. 4 game points saved. It's 20 all, and we need extra points until there's a clear 2-point winning margin.
Great placement by Bo. Looked as if it could go either wide or long, but right in the corner.
Yeah, look at that. You're not kidding, are you? So now a 5th game point opportunity for Bo and Mogensen. And a 5th one goes a-begging.
Service over. 21 all.
Good control from Biao.
Play.
That's a nice block, isn't it? And once again, blocks, moves forward.
Yeah. And a great rally.
Yeah. Game point number 6. Surely this time.
Play.
Gosh, he held that serve for an age, didn't he? And a lucky net cod sees them home, 23-21. 26 minutes for that opening game. He held it and held it and held it. My goodness. And then look at that. Bounces off the top of the tape. Opening game.
Gode dem, der spiller kort foran outside. Han kommer bare op og spiller den kort.
Ja, de der, hvor vi veksler. Rigtig godt i deften. De der fedt på stolperne. Så skal vi huske, når vi er kommet foran, og så må vi ikke gå ned på bevægelsen. Vi er nødt til at blive ved. Ikke? Bliv deroppe i gearet, og så må I tage pauser, hvis det er. Ikke? For de skal ikke have lov at komme tilbage hver gang, når I har sat dem af. Og stadigvæk i offen, gerne nogle flere cuttere med nedefra. Når vi hænger dernede, skal vi ikke give fart. Så lav de der stejle, ikke? Og der kan de godt finde på at komme med noget kort på den, noget kort kryds eller sådan noget. Men de andre, dem hejser de stadigvæk kryds langt. Så dem skal vi ned og have fat i. Og så synes jeg stadigvæk, at vi skal blive ved at gå på Huang, når det er, at vi har de gode chancer. Sæt en eventuelt en lille maskering på. Men den anden, han vender den. Det gør han ikke. Han spiller den bare op til os igen. Okay. Vi skal have svipperne med fra start her. Gerne med god højde, så han ikke dømmer den derovre. Okay. Kom så her.
seconds, block 1, 20 seconds.
So the Danish coach reinforcing or any new instructions?
No, reinforcing and mentioning that when we have a lead, we still have to keep moving, and you can understand he feels that they've been standing a little bit still when being a little bit satisfied, a little bit content when they have a lead, and then they've spotted that Hong Wei is not as creative as Biao. So if they're in a little bit of a problem or also just want to get another chance of attacking, then it's the better choice to attack at Hong Wei. They were trying to he sort of encouraged them to flick a little bit here from this side with height, so it wouldn't get called by the service judge, and that must be to keep an opening for the short services. I actually think they've been serving reasonably well, but it's a fair point as Boa has sort of missed a couple of short services. So
yeah.
Service over. 1-all.
And then some reinforcements of specifics that they've spotted in their video analysis.
More frustration there from Hong Wei. Oh my goodness. Very nearly got it back.
4-1.
Yeah.
Service over. 2-4.
Have to say the Chinese pair do look so much more dangerous when they're on the attack. I know they've got very good defensive play.
They're quick in the flat game, but if you can use the steep angles against them,
yeah,
they're not so strong. And I think nobody is really, but so the trick is to get to use these steep angles.
Service over. 5-2.
Oh, that is good judgment, because I think it holds up that end. don't
Service
it?
over. 3-5.
We were talking in the men's doubles yesterday, weren't we, with the qualifiers, Chen and Lu Kai against the world champions, Mohamed Hassan and Hendel Setiwan, but how short the rallies are.
Yeah.
With certainly with the world champions playing, they like to keep the rallies short, and you've already made the point that this Danish combination very similar in that way.
Yeah.
So much concentration on the serve and return.
I think the Danes have a little bit better defense than Asan and Sichuan, except when they play them, because they have a very, very strong attack and a very skilled front court player. So the Danes can actually withstand some kind of attack from the opponents.
That's good judgment again.
But
Service over. 5-6.
I think if you ask them, they prefer not to play too long rallies.
Yeah.
Except when they play Asan and Sichuan, because if you don't play long rallies against them, you're pretty much going to lose the match. That's well played.
That's great play. And Carsten Mogensen.
And I think, generally, the Danes, they do really, really well when Bo wins the challenge with the other pair's preferred front court player. When Bo can beat the other pair's front court player, they have a really, really great chance of winning.
Yeah.
There, the flick was.
Service over.
Now I'd like to see him flick one more time the next time he serves to Huang Wei, because if I were Huang Wei, I would be really concentrated on the short one the next time. We've seen a lead sort of vanish again.
Yeah.
Excellent. You see this smash here from Bo is steeper. It's not as hard as Mogensen's smash, but it's steeper and thus perhaps even more dangerous.
Yeah. No, not the best of low serves, was it? He was a little bit loose and it got what it deserved.
Yeah. I can understand the concern of national coach Lars Ure, because it would be nice for the Danes to have a 3-4 point gap going into the end game of this second game. Otherwise, almost anything could happen. We saw that when they squandered 4 or 5 game points in the first.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's well taken from Chou Biao.
Yeah. Clever attack. Keeping their balance.
Chou Biao in his third consecutive quarterfinal here at the Denmark Open. Not in the quarterfinals last year with his partner of today, but in 2013 with Tien.
Service over. 9-8.
Yes. Very, very good work once again from Carsten Mogensen.
10-8.
Yeah. And he hits it at a spot at Chou Biao, whereas if he does the natural thing, he will defend directly into the forehand of Mathias Bo, so he tries a difficult return, which is too short and then killed by Mogensen.
Oh, that's a shocking serve.
Yeah.
Well, I think Chou Biao, Huang Wei was probably so surprised by the serve that.
But they haven't been serving well here in the second game. The positive thing is that they're still 1 point ahead.
Yeah.
But they probably would like to serve a little bit better in order to get more easy points, and this could be an opening for Huang and Chai. Let's see if they can take it. That's a good serve. And a good return.
So a 2-point advantage. In the second game at the mid-game interval, it was only 1-point advantage for the Danes in game number 1.
Husk at spille med dem. Og så skal vi lige have endnu mere højde på det første løft. Hvis det er, I synes, den er lidt hurtigt derovre, så løft over mod round the head, der stopper den en lille smule. Ikke? Men højde på det, og så kan vi lave de der opsamlinger ude på stolperne, hvor vi får chancer bagefter. Dem skal vi lige have gang i igen, ellers er det rigtig godt. Stadigvæk god tid mellem duellerne, og så max gas, når vi er derinde. Ja. Vi skal have bagmanden med op, og så får vi de der muligheder for at dumpe ned til dem.
Og det er godt, de der, når du får den der høje på bare Chou slå på ham, så slå blødt, fordi så får han ikke den der, så slår han bare lige tilbage, så får du chancen.
Så skal man hugge ud i grøften på Rafa.
Well, he was positive in his tone. What about his words?
Yeah. I almost forgot it, but the defense could go towards the net posts. They feel they have some chances if they block towards the net posts. Probably stolen from the Koreans from World Championships 2014, where they suddenly started playing the net posts. And some specifics on where to hit Biao Chai. It's a good idea to hit soft at him in the beginning because he can't turn it around and he just leaves a better chance, like we saw perhaps the second last rally of before the interval here. They want the net player to come closer to the the backcourt player to come closer to the front court player in order to be able to put the shuttle below the tape. And I guess there was some more, but it just shows how careful you have to be in what you say during the interval, because it's codes, and that's why it's so important that it's not codes, but it's very abbreviated sometimes. So if you suddenly get another coach on the chair, perhaps you don't have the same codes. Perhaps they're not as well understood. Yeah, he also said take your time in between the rallies, and yeah, normally it's not necessary to tell that to. I don't know what it is with the left leg of Mathias, but he's shaking it all the time. It looks like he's starting a scooter or something.
Yeah, I actually thought in Korea in the semi-final, I thought he was cramping up on one of his legs.
Yeah. Sometimes, look at that. We couldn't see it on the television, but sometimes he's doing these awkward movements. I think he's got some problems, some chronic problems with his hips, so he needs to be careful how much he practices and so on. After being on the national team for 12, 13 years, it takes its toll on your body.
Yeah. Well, what's extraordinary is that this Danish pair, this is the 12th year that they've been in this partnership.
Yeah, they started in 2004.
Was that your decision to put them together?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But later on, I had thoughts of splitting them, and thank God that someone talked me out of that.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much important, that the strength of a team, the strength of a pairing is actually measured by how well do you tackle conflicts and misunderstandings and different opinions and so on. If you can resolve that, then you have an incredibly strong partnership.
Yeah.
from what I hear, they normally don't share a room when they're when they're traveling, because they're different personalities and and they have different needs. So it's a very, very good idea. Why should you necessarily be able to share a room just because you're playing well together?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Danish swipe.
Yeah, exactly.
In the copying backhand.
There should be actually an oral warning. Backhand, and then you can allowed to hit it.
Here it is, look at this.
Yeah.
When have you ever seen that in the men's doubles?
It's been a while.
Well, it worked for them. Who are we to criticise?
And while we've been talking, they've sort of sneaked into a 2-point lead. And that's one of the reasons that I somehow think when I hear this from someone close to the Korean team, that Liliyana and Chou, they can't play together because of their different personalities. I think that's why you should put them together.
Yeah.
Because they should complement each other. There's some hard work up front, but I think they could be a lethal combination.
16.
Yeah, I did too. He's got to sort out his serve. Something's gone drastically wrong with Mathias Bow. His low serve.
In the first game, I think it was actually quite okay. He missed 2, but I mean, why put too much emphasis on that if all the others were good?
Yeah.
Service over, 15-16. Hong Wei.
Oh, that's extraordinary from the umpire, isn't it? Dane's asked to towel down.
Yeah.
It's up to the Chinese pair whether they want to follow or not, but the umpire virtually told them to go.
But
towel down.
Yeah, and in some ways it's actually a good idea, because otherwise they will come after the next rally.
Very good point.
Asked to towel down, and
Absolutely.
he's very, very experienced, the umpire, Eddie Rufianto.
Yeah, he certainly is.
From Indonesia.
Oh, Dane's in terrible trouble.
Yeah. What was that?
Gone wrong. They're both defending the same side of the court.
And the Danes were actually, they were not talking about it, but Lars Uhr said that if you feel that it's difficult to control it, play the backhand corner. So they probably feel that there's a little bit of drift that way as well. So it could actually be that it's quite hard to find the baseline. It's
18-15.
It's good work by the Chinese combination here. Coming back in the first game, losing it, and then slowly clawing their way back. Not a good start to the set either, but put themselves in a good position now.
Well, the fans trying to do their best to lift the Danish pair.
See, that's not good enough.
16-20.
From Biao Chai. He tries to get that straight, but it's way too short. Clever smash placement from Mogensen.
Oh, dear me, what has happened? You know, you were talking yesterday about Lee Chong-wei and talking about how confidence is fragile.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking about that on the Mathias Boa serve.
Yeah.
You're right. He served perfectly fine in the first game.
He was playing so well.
Yeah.
In the first game, both Danes were playing so well. Was the thing that they allowed the Chinese pair to come back? Is that a factor? I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's a factor. Like we saw PV Sindhu struggling to get the first game. She came out firing in the second, but well played.
Yeah.
The good thing about sort of the old Bo compared to the more inexperienced Bo a number of years ago is that he seems pretty much unruffled by it. So tomorrow, if they win this match, he will be able to go out and serve perfectly well. In his younger years, he would be affected by it.
Yeah. Well, they've narrowed the gap to just 1 point now.
That's well played.
This is very well played, isn't it?
Opening up the court.
Yeah, and that jamming attack. So 2 game point opportunities for Chai Biao and Huang to steal this second game and send it to a decider. Oh, my goodness, that's magnificent.
I have a feeling now that this Bo is going to launch an almost perfect serve.
Well, the home fans are hoping you're right.
Who's taking the safe option?
Well, the flick serve, the safe option as you call it. And it's 20 all. 2 game points saved. So like the first game, we will go extra points until it's a clear 2-point winning margin. Yeah, that was a much better serve, wasn't it? Terrific.
Yeah, great coverage by Carsten Mogensen.
So having saved 2 game points, now the former champions Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen have a match point opportunity. Oh my goodness. Yeah, what a good return of serve.
Service over. 21.
Good use of the mid-court area, past the net player, but landing in front of the rear court player. Oh my goodness. That was fortunate from the Danes' perspective. I think the Chinese player's possibly guilty of just taking his eye off the shuttle.
Yeah.
Seeing that Bo
What's
had
going
fallen
on?
over, and then he mishit the shuttle. Total mishit. So now a second match point opportunity for the Danes. Well, it's all been happening today, hasn't it? Yeah, court attendant asked to come back on. Perspiration still lurking on the court surface.
Thank you.
Match point opportunity and a 7th consecutive semi-final appearance at their home event awaits tomorrow. Saving those 2 game point opportunities in the second game, Carsten Mogensen and Mathias Biao come through this quarterfinal 23-21 to 23-21. Symmetry in the scoreline in 53 minutes. Well,
today's matches are now concluded.
Needed to hold their nerve, and hold their nerve they did.
Join us again for the finals, for the semi-finals tomorrow at 12 a.m. Have a safe journey home.
And a moment of victory. 53 minutes and through to the semi-final of the Denmark Open. Once again, Biao and Mogensen. Well, that, of course, means that there will be home interest tomorrow. In fact, there's 3 home interests in semi-finals day, isn't there? Because the mixed doubles with Jochen Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen. And, of course, one of the matches we saw, Viktor Axelsen destroyed the 2-time Olympic champion, Lindan, 21-8, 21-7. We'd started with a magnificent men's singles, Tien, the number 7 seed, coming through in 3 games in 1 hour and 25 minutes. Then the mixed doubles and the pair from Indonesia, Tontowi Ahmad and Liliyana Natsir, needing 3 games. But of course, they've been in the final here for the last 3 years. So yet another semi-final for them. And for PV Sindhu in her women's singles against the 5-time finalist, Wang Yihan, 2 titles she's won here, the Chinese player, at the Denmark Open. So PV Sindhu through to her first Super Series semi-final of the year. And as we've just seen, Biao and Mogensen delivering once again 2 very tight games, 23-21, 23-21. So that's quarterfinals over for today. We will be back with semi-final action tomorrow, 12 noon. Remember, that's earlier than today. 12 noon, that's 1000 GMT from all of us here in Odense, especially from Stine Pedersen, myself, Jill Clark. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
World number 4, runner-up at the BWF World Championships.